Peace, peace. What up, what up, what up? See who get in the building. See who get in the building. Hit this. Let's get ready to rumble! For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Card deliveries for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission to fit in your soft ass. Rolling green and clubbing this golf class. Loaded Lutz couldn't say they lost ass. The conscious community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking the heat they all last. Be conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble when be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all class. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all fast. Pull up the seat and pull out a shot glass. Hard deliveries for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. Pull up the seat and pull out a shot glass. Hard deliveries for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. Let's go.
My bad, my bad. Shout out. I was muted. Shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to DQ. Tika, what up? What up? What up? I just wanted to get into this little thing though. It's funny to me, the standards in the conscious community, you know, the things that we revere, the things, the people that we hold high in high regard, you know, it's just, you know, makes me wonder a lot. But I wanted to play this little video to show what happens when you go down to Wall Street and you got anything other than pork bellies and orange juice, right? When you go down to Wall Street with a bottle of snake oil, they don't play that. They don't play that shit, right? They don't play that shit at all. So we're gonna see what they do real quick. I just want to play this little piece.
You didn't want this attention. No, you crave it, ma'am. And there is no one in this courtroom who would consider that to be anything other than the absolute truth.
And I apologize for the buzzing, but that's the courtroom recording. You know, what can I do?
But to get to the point of what it is that you did here, it's my impression distinctly that you never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certification. One scandal after another followed you in your time as the clerk. And ultimately, it was a belief that the echo chamber in which you live couldn't be wrong, among other things, that led you to do what you did here. This thought process, unfortunately, seems to consume so many in our country, regardless of race, gender, political affiliation, or the like, that what it is we hear and think can't possibly be wrong. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time. You abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again.
See, this is what I'm talking about. She's a snake oil peddler, peddling misinformation. A snake oil peddler peddling snake oil that's been proven wrong time and time again. She didn't even take her job as a clerk seriously because she didn't even do the certification like everybody else. See, that's not upheld. That's not something that's celebrated down at Wall Street, down in the white community, right? We celebrate that here in this community. I don't get it. I don't get it. Listen.
In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues when you were a clerk and recorder who weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Period. Indeed, just
She wasn't. You can't, if you don't take your position when you have a position, when you have a following, you're supposed to be responsible with that. You don't supposed to take your power and run off and with misinformation, misinforming the community. He says a government can't function with misinformation and snake oil, let alone a community. How does a community function when we revere snake oil salesmen? We revere these charlatans. We don't throw them in the trash and throw them in the waste bins of prison, right? Like the white community do. She ain't gonna never do that again. When she do get out of prison, right? He gonna tell her too. He told her, I believe you'll do it again if you had the chance. The thing is, she might do it again, but she ain't gonna do it in the white community no more. She gonna bring that shit over to the black community. You know what I mean? And again, I said this before. Everybody that all of these black men and women who pointing out to me uh that Kamala Harris is not fully black, right? Everybody else around that had something to do with Donald Trump's stop the steal and all of this old crazy snake oil, they going to prison. And the whole stop the steal was Donald Trump's movement. Everybody going to prison. The only reason he's not going to prison is because it's a loophole where you can't indict the president, right? You can't indict a sitting president or all these old loopholes he going through, right? And we're sitting here again. Donald Trump's another snake oil salesman, another charlatan, right? And we got black men and women again revering some charlatan, some snake oil salesman. Let's move on down the line a little bit because he go in on her.
Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie, as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Miss Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has...
Notice now, he describes her to their community, to that white community. She's a danger. He ain't naming a street after her. They not gonna name a street after this lady. She's a danger to the community. A charlatan selling snake oil.
Has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies. The undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand I can say or do here today, that will change your mind. So the damage that is caused and continue to be caused is just as bad, if not worse, than the physical violence that this court sees on an all too regular basis. And it's particularly damaging when those words come from someone who holds a position of influence like you. Every effort to undermine the integrity of our elections and public's trust in our institutions has been made by you. You've done it from that lectern the voting public provided you with. Everything you've done has been done to retain control, influence. The damage is immeasurable.
The misinformation and disinformation that she stood at the podium that the public elected her to, right? The damage is immeasurable. See, misinformation, you can't even calculate to measure misinformation and the damage that it does, right? You have to do that in retrospect. You don't find out what the damage it actually does in real time. You have to look at it in a retrospective point of view. This is what he's saying. That's why he's saying it's immeasurable. Because it all we haven't seen the full result, but we gonna see it. We gonna see this full result. But Judge, Your Honor is giving her the ass chewing she deserves. She definitely deserves a good, and she ain't the only one. See, the one, she's just a follower, a lapdog, an opportunist is what she is, right? The leader of the whole thing, the Republican candidate, still hasn't been held responsible, right, or held accountable. And he gonna talk about accountability too. Watch him. He gonna talk about some accountability too.
And every time it gets refuted, every time it's shown to be false, just another tale is weaved. So I'll begin by saying I've considered all of those purposes of staying of an execution of a sentence. I've mentioned all of them here generally in my comments already, and I find that a stay of any sentence I impose would be wholly unwarranted. All cases have a possibility of reversal on appeal, no doubt. I'm at peace with all of the decisions I've made here. If anything, I gave you and your counsel far too much leeway at times, but the rulings I made came after much consideration, incredible amounts of internal debate, and I trust in punishment isn't really on the table. It's about putting someone back in the community who's not a risk and giving them a chance to correct those things that brought them before me in the first place. Community corrections, which again isn't available, but nevertheless I'll mention, is another option that I could still order. It's much more stringent than probation, but it's not prison. And it's for folks who have even higher needs. Again, drug addicts, alcohol abusers, and the like. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us. Whether it be by the pen or the sword or the word of the mouth. Prison is where folks go, where punishment is what we're focused on, because the crime committed is so significant that anything less would unduly mitigate the seriousness of the same. I mentioned before there are no mental health concerns. There's no good reason why you're here, Ms. Peters, other than these are all the active decisions that you made that cost our county significantly, but also more importantly, cost you greatly, Mr. Wood.
That's another thing, right? A lot of people write these people off as some crazy. She just some crazy lady. No. She's an elected official, a county clerk. That community didn't think she was some crazy lady when they voted her into that clerk's office. That's a public office. Whether she was appointed or somehow voted in, however they do that in that particular community, right? They didn't think she was some lady who wandered out of the insane asylum or nothing. She's a damn opportunist is what she is. Preying and misinforming the less fortunate. Preying on the misinformed and the less fortunate.
The expense, the toll is immeasurable. So putting you on probation when you have zero needs that would be met by probation is the very definition of unduly depreciating the significance of what it is that you've done here. The harm.
No, you ain't getting no damn probation. I don't give a damn how expensive your lawyers is. You going to prison, is what he telling her. You finna take your privileged ass, old 65-year-old ass, didn't have no business fucking around. Now you're supposed to been going to your granddaughter's ballet program. Instead, you out here selling snake oil and misinformation. Now you got to go to prison because you fucking around. You might have got off. Now she might have got off with that in the black community, right? She just might have. But fuck around in that white community, this is what they do. And this is what we need to be doing. This is what they do.
That you've caused our community and continue to cause. Community corrections is the same. So prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter. And therefore the sentence and judgment of the court is as follows. As to counts 1 and 4, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years in the Department of Corrections. Those sentences will be concurrent to each other. As to count 2, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years consecutive to counts 1 and 4. As it relates to the misdemeanor charges, count 8 is 120 days in the Mesa County Detention Facility, concurrent to count 9 and 10, which will be 6 months in the Mesa County Detention Facility, consecutive to the prison sentence. The reason those sentences are consecutive is because those sentences are, as the prosecution stated, directly related to what it is that you did here in our community, the damage you caused this community, the breach of your oath to the electorate in Mesa County.
Listen, she finna go do 6 years in prison, right? But she finna do a year and a half, right, in the Mesa County jail because of the damage she did in he specifically said because of the damage you did in this community. See, you ain't gonna go down. One thing motherfuckers ain't gonna do no more. They ain't gonna go down doing that shit she did down in Mesa County. They gonna make sure if they got a trunk full of snake oil, they gonna roll right on around Mesa County because they got a judge that sits on that bench and he don't play that shit. He gonna take your ass to prison for selling snake oil. Listen to him.
Your sentence will be followed by 3 years of parole. You have 2 days of pre-sentence confinement credit. Anything I missed? Anything else we need to address?
Judge, I think you missed a sentencing on count 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 6 is criminal impersonation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the department.
Oh, my bad. Did I forget to add another 6 months? I apologize, Mr. Prosecutor. How could I forget to sentence this goddamn snake oil peddler to another 6 months? See? They don't get streets named after them for peddling snake oil in the white community.
Of Corrections.
And the cost
so it's 8.5 years total, plus the 6 months for a total of 9 years of incarceration.
And I think
a total of 9. Go down there to the white community if you want to, selling snake oil. Go ahead. Your ass gonna end up in prison and in the county, plus fines. They don't play that shit in the white community. They don't deal with snake oil salesmen in the white community. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to bring that to y'all attention real quick, just to let y'all know what goes on down there in the white community. You know, I'm gonna do. I want to say what we doing here is we're gonna do a farewell. We're doing a farewell to Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. We're gonna be playing this one for the last time. I'm gonna actually play my favorite map. I love this was actually a good map. My bad, Chef. Let me take you off mute. Yeah. I mute. I do that. Just ask you. I don't know. Anyway, you can come off mute if you and whenever you want to, Chef. But how that sound, y'all? Is that overwhelming? the game. How's my levels, my sounds? Fetty, what up? What up, Fetty? Tell me, Fetty, what's the level sounding like? Y'all crazy too. Y'all nuts. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Loud and clear. Okay. Really? Is it that loud? It's lower now though, right? That's decent. Alright, alright. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Only black people get scrutinized by the criminal justice system. And for the scamming part, right, is it was so telling how, you always use the word snake oil, right? Use the snake oil salesman. And that's exactly what the judge called them. You dig? You are perpetrating to the community. You're telling them, that you are, this person that's upholding, the law and all of this, and you was a fraud the whole time. Now, when we said that about Dr. Ben and them, they threw tomatoes at us. They threw tomatoes at us. Like you said, they'll give these motherfuckers a street. They'll name a street after them, right? And then tell other black people, right, that these are the people that you should look up to. When you do that, you're saying we should look up to this person, right? We should try to emulate what he did or she did, right? When you put a Sheikh Auntie Diop in a goddamn world-renowned museum, you're saying that these are the things. That is crazy as hell.
Nuts.
And they're going around telling us, and it's only in New York though. You
It's something about them New York niggas. I don't know.
yeah, it's only in New York, right? It's only in New York. Like, here in Baltimore, we don't got no Dr. Ben Boulevard, right? We got a MLK Boulevard, right? We got a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. We ain't got no motherfucking Dr. Ben Boulevard down here. I wonder why. I wonder why. We got Malcolm X. You know what I mean? We got a Malcolm X Street. You dig what I'm saying? Uh, we got a Malcolm X Elementary School, right? We ain't got no Dr. Ben elementary and middle and high school. We got a Thurgood Marshall High School here in Baltimore. You know, we got a Frederick Douglass High School. We got a Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. See, I live in a black city, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm naming, we got a Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School, right? We got Malcolm X Middle School. We got a Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. We got a Langston Hughes Elementary School. I can go on and on and on, right? About schools in a black city that's named after notable black people. But it ain't nobody with no scandal connected to their name. You did turn that your shit loud, Corey.
Get inside. Psych office key
Still loud again.
We cannot let Omega take him.
Alright, that's good.
But yeah, I definitely wanted to say that, and that judge just he hammered it home. You dig what I'm saying? He definitely hammered it home, and we need to take account of that. We definitely need to take account of that. So yeah, that was good, man. That was good.
Yeah. I think the judge, and I mean that was just, he went in for an hour. He did a straight up like an hour and something ran on her. Right? We only saw part of it, but I mean he really brought it home. You know, the importance or the the damage that does to a community, like, you know what I mean, and especially like in America with our election system. That's what puts us apart from other countries, is our whole democratic process, and you know the value of that. You know what I'm saying? The sacredness of that whole democratic process, and what they did was undermine that, and I believe they've done damage that we just don't. When he says irreparable damage, immeasurable damage, they've done damage that we just haven't realized yet. You know what I mean? And I believe pretty soon here we gonna be seeing what that damage has done. You know, and like I said, you know, they don't. It's a price to pay when you do that to a community, especially that white community. Like I said, she might have got away with some of that over here, you know, but she ain't getting away with that in the white community, you know.
So hold on, Corey. That's an automatic shotgun?
No, semi-automatic. I'm just hitting that button fast enough. They got the shotgun a little bit OP on here, but when you hit them headshots, you know, when them headshots, it's blowing them heads off. But this is early rounds, so once I get later in the round, that shotgun it ain't gonna do as much damage. They own me though. I have to get through this portal. I'm just being greedy. This will get you killed a lot. This will get you down. Trying to get them points. Because it's on rage mode. If you hear it's music in the background. That music put them in rage mode. So the rounds start going quicker and everything.
So what you run around till you get them bunched up in a line,
Yep.
and then
And then
I see when they like separate, where you use your knife,
yeah.
but when they bunch up together, you kind of back up and use
See, but now
okay,
that knife is over with now in a minute. Like round 10.
you're moving
So I
too
got,
quick up on you, right?
well, it's going to take 2 knives. By the time you
Oh,
get to round 10, it's going to take 2 knives to kill him. So, you know, it's pretty much over with. And then, like right now, too, when there's so many up on you, you definitely, because that animation take time, that knife animation. And so the perks, you see, I just got a perk, right? You already know, you know about the perks, don't you?
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I got the Juggernaut perk. Keep me from getting slapped up too many times. Then we go get quick revive. Get the loose change. You always want that 100 points. So you gotta be an old school zombie player to know about that 100 points on the floor at every machine.
Mm.
Oh my god, I gotta hit the ammo box.
Haskell said, "Who did Diop the fraud? The black community,
Right. He
the
defrauded you.
black community.
He
He defrauded you. That's why you believe in Black Egypt, right? The same thing that Captain Tazoriak and them doing to y'all right now,
Yep,
right? And y'all fight against them.
exactly.
And y'all fight against them. So that's what they did. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
So you know, Haskell, that, and I'm gonna have to pull this out one day. Um, in the general history of Africa, at the symposium, one of the critiques was that Diop and them wasted money and the symposium time by putting all their resources into Egypt when they supposed to have been talking about the rest of Africa. I'm gonna have to pull that out for y'all. And I want to know how y'all actually feel about that.
I hear a lot of them talk about how it's political. But the thing is, like, this lady just went to prison for for, you know what I mean, selling political snake oil. So, you know, I wanted to end the round before I got that double points. That's all good.
You killing
I gotta get my trials going. It's getting late. It's getting late in the round. It look easy.
Glad you're here to witness
But
my crowning
it's
achievement.
early right now. Once them rounds get to going, it get ugly.
Weaver, they are in the observation tower.
I gotta get these doors open. Find these pieces.
If you want to stop me, they will decide the outcome of the Cold War. Zykov is critical to stopping more than just Omega. He's the only one who knows how to defeat the Forsaken. You need to widen your gaze. Why kill the Forsaken? Capture him. Make him your servant.
that. Okay, it's a Sheikh Anti Diop Origin of the Ancient Egyptians chapter, Sheikh Anti-Diop's contribution to the second volume focused on the ancient Egyptian race controversy and his argument that the whole of the ancient Egyptian population was Negro, barring an infiltration of white nomads in the proto-dynastic epoch, and that the black population of Upper Egypt began to retreat only at the time of the Persian occupation. This argument was not universally accepted by the other contributors to the UNESCO search. Diop's chapter had a note from editor Gamal Mukhtar warning the reader that the opinions expressed by Professor Sheikh Anti-Diop in this chapter are those which he presented and developed at the UNESCO Symposium on the People of Egypt, right? The argument put forward in this chapter have not been accepted by all the experts interested in the problem. In the introduction to the volume, Mukhtar himself argued that it is highly doubtful whether the inhabitants that introduced civilization into the Nile Valley ever belonged to one single pure race. Mukhtar later added in the introduction that it is more than probable that the African strand, black or light, is preponderant in the ancient Egyptian, but in the present state of our knowledge, it is impossible to say more. Diop's chapter was followed by a summary of the 1974 Cairo Symposium, where Diop presented his ideas to 19 other historians. The reactions to Diop's argument at the symposium were wide-ranging. French professor Jean Lecan stressed the African chapter of Egyptian civilization, but felt it was important to differentiate between race and culture, and that there was no reason to rely on outmoded studies from Ernest Chanter and Grafton Elliott Smith and Giuseppe Sergei and Douglas Earth Derrick, as Diop had done. All right. So what they're saying is Diop went back to the 1800s and pulled scholars from the 1800s and was arguing old, outdated 1800 sources, right? When they were saying that the modern scholars are not even saying that. So it was kind of disingenuous, all right? Is what they're saying. Then it says the Sudanese professor. So it's kind of like what what's the boy name? Pan-African James and Unc and them do nowadays, right? In their discussions with us. They'll bring up the Mediterranean race theory and the great white race theory, right? All of these old 1800 ideas, right? That me and Corey and them know nothing about. And we're not espousing these things. We're saying what the modern scholars are saying. And James and them keep going back to outdated, old 1800 racist views about the people in the Egypt, knowing goddamn well that me and Corey and them are not talking about that.
Right.
They were saying Diop was doing that back then also. All right. So Sudanese professor Eldel Gardner Abdallah noted that iconographic evidence showed that the creators of the Napata culture had nothing in common with the Egyptians and had completely different anatomical characteristics. He further argued that Diop's linguistic comparisons between Egyptian and Wolof were neither convincing nor conclusive, and it was hazardous to make too uncompromising a correlation between a language and an ethnic structure. Abdallah's criticism of Diop's arguments led to a lively exchange in views on linguistic matters between Professors Abdullah and Diop. Now, were these white people? No. Abdullah was a Sudanese black man, and Diop was a black Senegalese man, both Africans. Now they were arguing, so it wasn't that it was white people just arguing with Diop or disagreeing with Diop. It was other African scholars who disagreed with Diop also. Make that a note of that, y'all. Egyptian professor Abu Bakr argued that Egyptians had never been isolated from other peoples and never constituted a pure race. All right? That's enough now. That was the Egyptian saying that to Diop. The Congolese professor, Diafalo Banga, was, however, more supportive of Diop's views. Now remember, Diop and Obanga is hand in hand in this argument, right? So the African that agreed with Diop or more supportive of Diop was always Diafalo Obanga, right? Congolese professor Diafalo Banga was, however, more supportive of Diop's views. He argued that morphological, lexicological, and syntactic similarities provided convincing proof of the close relationship between ancient Egyptian and Negro African languages of today. Now, look at how he framed it. Negro African. We use the word black African because Negro is outdated, but back then, Negro was still used. So what is a Negro? Negro is connected to Negroid, a racial classification, right? But not only that, is pointing to a phenotypic range that exists within sub-Saharan Africa for the most part, right? So we know who Diop and them was talking about. We know who Diafalo Obanga and them was talking about. So you can't just confuse me or say that they could have just been talking about any dark-skinned people on the planet. No, they're talking about Negroid or Negro sub-Saharan populations that populated and created the ancient Egyptian civilization. See? So everywhere y'all go, we can cut y'all off and tell y'all exactly what Diafalo Obanga and Diop and them were, what they actually meant, right? So you can't use Diop and them anymore. Because if the racial shit is out the door, then Diop and them whole racial shit get thrown out the door.
No doubt.
All right? Now, where was I at? Okay. And that this was not the case between Semitic Berber and Egyptian. French professor Jean Vaucourtois argued with Diop that the populations of the Egyptian reaches of the Nile Valley was homogeneous as far as the southern extremity of the delta during the proto-dynastic and pre-dynastic periods. Overall, Diop's chapter was credited in the general conclusion of the 1974 symposium report by the International Scientific Committee's Rappaport, Professor Jean Divisive, as a painstakingly researched contribution, which nevertheless led to a real lack of balance in the discussion among the participants. I'm sorry. All right. Jan Van Sina, who contributed chapters to volumes 1, 3, 5, and 7, and 8, noted that there had previously previously been a clash between Sheikh Anta Diop and Gamal Mukhtar on the matter of topics that would be included in the second volume. The committee then decided on the principle of heterogeneity and that uniformity on the interpretation of historical evidence would not be imposed on any historian writing for the UNESCO General History of Africa. I'm going to read that again. It says that the committee then decided on the principle heterogeneity and that uniformity on the interpretation of historical evidence would not be imposed on any historian writing for the UNESCO General History of Africa. Whoa, what is that saying? That is saying that they decided not to deal with Diop. They decided to let him have his truth. Meaning, that is so unscientific right there. Do y'all understand what that just said? After arguing Mukhtar, right? After arguing with Diop, he just let Diop have his interpretation and put that shit in the general history of Africa.
That's a shame.
Meaning, let him have his say. Even though we disagree with and he can't prove none of that shit, let him put it in there anyway.
If he want him to be black, then they let him be black. That's what they say.
Man, that is so, man. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Man, we do this shit to ourselves, man. They always saying we want to participate at the highest level. And then when we get to the highest level, we want concessions. If Diop and them wanted to participate and compete on the highest level, they should not have took concessions. That is a concession right there. Fucking crazy.
It's wild. It's wild. And that's what we celebrate, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, they the ones in the museums.
That's
they the
crazy.
ones with the streets named after them and shit.
They gave him a concession, meaning he didn't prove shit to them. All right? Larissa Nordholt argued that Diop's chapter was politically motivated, having been published only due to being in line with UNESCO's political imperatives, despite clashing with accepted historical methods and standards of academic rigor. So, Larissa Norhart said that Diop shit didn't follow the historical methods and it didn't meet the academic rigor, standards of rigor. Norhart argued that Diop's views aligned with the oh my God. This is crazy. I need to.
What was that word? I didn't hear the word.
These fools are making it easy.
What word?
His Diop's views align with who?
Dear Banger.
Oh,
What do you mean?
I think you had blanked out or something.
All right, so it says Norhart argued that Diop's views align with the decolonization efforts of the general history of Africa, but he premised his arguments on outdated racialism, which classify humanity into distinct groups with a biological essence, right? That's what Unc be saying, all right? Norholt specified the point of contention between Diop and other historians such as the basis of methodology and the resilience on outdated 18th century and 19th century European sources. I said that before. Diop went and started arguing with people who was writing in the 1800s. Like those scholars in 1974 was not saying what those people were saying in 1800.
Right. So Diop is doing was back then already in the 70s was doing the bullshit these guys is doing today.
It's doing to us right now.
It's wild. That's why they revere Diop then.
Yeah, because they using his playbook, right? They still going back to those old sources that Diop was fighting against. And when we make our arguments, they're still trying to use, they called us 3/5 of a man and all this old crazy shit. Dr. Ben couldn't go to school. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Dr. Ben definitely could go to school. What the fuck?
That's a wild statement.
The fuck is wrong with y'all? They use all of this outdated shit to argue against us. The same way Diop used all of that outdated shit to argue against the scholars in his day, right? Crazy. All right. So he says, Norhart specified the point of contention between Diop and other historians, such as the basis of methodology and his reliance on outdated 18th and 19th century European sources. However, she did state that the contributors did come to a general consensus that the Egyptians could not have been white in the same way that Europeans were, and the dissemination of Diop's ideas contributed to a wider recognition that ancient Egypt was an African civilization, although his methods were not considered entirely permissible by most of the general history of Africa historians. All right? So she's saying that no, those outdated white sources or European sources that stated that the ancient Egyptians was white, she's saying that they were wrong and that the ancient Egyptians were an African people. But she could not define the African people on the basis of race. And nobody at the damn symposium agreed with him that ancient Egyptians was a homogenous and on any side, right? All right. Bethwell Allen Ogot, a Kenyan historian and editor of UNESCO General History of Africa, Volume 5, stated that Sheikh Anta Diop wrestled Egyptian civilization from the Egyptologists and restored it to the mainstream of African history. All right? That's what a Niger knows. A Kenyan, right? So a Kenyan said that Diop, and she was an editor, so give her credit. So I can take that, right? Nowadays, all of us say that Egypt was an African civilization, right? But we don't say that Egypt was a black civilization, like Diop in them, right? Now, do what else? What else do we got on? Now these are other these are other critiques of the other chapters written by other people. Volume 3 included a chapter on the Bantu expansion that was written by Sam Wari and Jan Vansina. All right, they had some disagreements about the Bantu expansion and how wide was the Bantu expansion. They had other disagreements and critiques on the east coast of Africa, the Swahili coast. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read because I think a lot of people gave the Swahili coast or the Swahili civilization on the East Coast, they gave most of the credit to people in Arabia and India and not to the East African, right? Now we know that they had a lot of contact because of trade with the Arabian Peninsula and the Indian Peninsula, right? But to say that that civilization was Asian, I think that was a problem. All right, Corey, how we looking?
Looking good, bro. I'm listening, man. You holding it down. I'm just zombieing right now. But yeah. I agree with everything you putting down, though, bro. There's nothing not to agree with.
Yeah, they they said Diop got affirmative action.
That's cold. That's cold.
I am done with Black Egypt Shazmo. You feel me? I am done. We on here playing video games. Right.
No,
I
we
was
talking
just
about
showing,
the snake oil that's
right, we
being
talking about
sold.
the snake oil. We're saying how uh when bad ideas affect the community, what type of damage they do. Right? Now, what Diop and Dr. Ben and them did not affect the larger black community that we are a part of. It's the conscious community. It's you niggas that they worked over, right? It's you niggas who can't get past what them brothers did, right? And I don't fully blame Diop, right? I think Diop was putting forth something that he felt as though was right. All right, the more I look at it, um I can absolve Diop more, right? Yeah, I think Diop can be absolved, um, because he actually went before an august body of scholars and tried to argue it and bring forth his information that he put forth. I don't think he was trying to scam or anything or mislead people, right? He definitely put his arguments forward to be critiqued. So y'all gonna hear me take my hands off of Diop. All right, I'm gonna take my hands off of Diop because you can just be wrong,
Right.
right?
But
At the end of the
I think they told they. I mean, I think Diop by the time Diop was proven wrong, he still was pushing the same ideas though. After you know what I mean. So that's why they was like, we're gonna give him the consolation. So I don't know that how much credit he deserves at this point for that. You know what I mean? But that's my opinion on it. I don't know that how much consolation or leeway he gets.
yeah, he for me, I would give it to him because he had research. So it's an argument, right? It's an argument. If I feel as though my research is more thorough than your research, you dig what I'm saying? Then listen, we got people that's arguing right now. James bring forth his research every fucking show, right? Now, it's up to us to prove that nigga wrong, right? We just can't use because we over here and our crowd agrees with us that James is just wrong. No, we got to thoroughly defeat James. We got to
Mm-hmm.
bring forth evidence. And to be honest, I haven't really heard nobody actually really defeat James when he started bringing his Neanderthal and his PCR tests and this, that, and the third. I haven't. Now, we all know that that shit is crazy, right? But it
Mm-hmm.
has never been fully demonstrated how crazy it is. So I feel like James always come back to fight because he never been put down, right? You gotta put a dog down, Corey. You know what I mean? Or that motherfucker gonna keep fighting. You feel me? You can wound James, but ain't nobody never really put the nigga down. You feel me? Like
Okay.
so who will I say got put down? Um, I would say smashing them on the Kemet argument has been put down. They zombies at this point. They're the Walking Dead. They did and don't even know it. Like it's nothing you could do with them at this point but ignore them, right? Um, I feel like Unc and Garfield and the pseudo killers, they did their work on smashing Reggie and them on the Kemet shit. They brought the scholars in. They did everything. They got to the root of the goddamn etymology of the word. They did everything. I don't even. So when they talk about that and they read the glyphs, I ignore that shit now. Like it's nothing y'all can say to me. The scholars in them have spoken, right? Done. Um, but I think James, I think Ngozi and them need to fully just pick James' argument apart and fully put him down. And I think that, but to say that, you know, we can just laugh James away, you know what I mean? Like the same way you Diop, you just couldn't laugh him away, right? You would actually have to deal with his arguments one by one and put him down. So the fact that he kept arguing is probably because nobody really fully addressed his shit academically. You dig what I'm saying? Um, so you got to be able to do that the same way that Van Sertima, right? Van Sertima got put down on the goddamn they came before Columbus joint,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he had a couple critiques where he argued back, but at the end they put him down. But it wasn't that he wasn't supposed to reinforce his argument or try to prove his point once they gave a critique. No, you're supposed to go back, refine your argument, and come again, right? And you come again till they fully put you down. And I feel like they fully put uh Van Sertima down. You dig what I'm saying? So,
Right.
you know.
What's up, Ray? This axe one time.
Uh,
That axe get nasty, boy. Oh, and I got. Yeah, maybe.
yeah, Danny, that stuff was good for the time. That stuff definitely was good for the time.
What? Boy. See, here I go again, though. Was it? How good was it though for the time? I guess I don't know. I'm torn on that. I'm torn on that a little bit because
I mean,
it's like
I
it's
think
like the again where the damage ain't seen. You know, like look at now. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm looking at it from being in this community's perspective, right? But I
mhm.
guess nobody like if you go outside, like nobody knows who the hell Shigante DIP is. Right? At least I don't. From my perspective, they don't.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, if I was in the barbershop arguing this, I could get the people to accept the scholastic point of view faster than I can get the people in this community to accept it, right? Now,
Right,
most
right.
black people are going to automatically say the ancient Egyptians was black. That's just the normal thing to say, right? But when the evidence is put forth, when we explain um, the geography of Africa, most people will be like, yeah, that makes sense,
Right.
right? It's just going to make sense. Most people took geography and they could see the phenotypic declines of phenotypic ranges right throughout the world, and most people will be able to accept that decline in geographic traits. I mean, phenotypic traits of Africa would be a graduating scale, and that people could actually look different in different regions of Africa and still be African. Most people in the world would understand that easy once it's explained to them,
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
It's the
Yeah.
people in this community that will fight against that. They will fight against that. So I think that becomes the issue, you know what I mean, for the most part. Um, they have all of these bad ideas downloaded, right? Is a virus that's already downloaded um into most of us in the conscious community. So that's how I see it. So that's why
Yeah.
those things are very detrimental. Um, and the effects of it, right? The effects of it. So what would be the effects when that judge talked about the effects, right? We don't even see the wide spreading effects. When
Mm-hmm.
we when we big up people who have been charlatans, right? That lied about education, that were just autodidacts, then we make Captain Tazoriak and them believe that they can argue with doctors of theology and archaeology, right? We make them feel as though they actually have an academic standing when they actually don't, right? So just look at the Hebrew Israelites as a prime example, right? Because most of us can't see it through our own um misinformation that we're caught up in. But we can easily see it when we look at other groups that we disagree with, right? So if y'all was to look at, if James and them was to look at the Hebrew Israelites, they would be able to point out all of the flaws that the Hebrew Israelites and errors that the Hebrew Israelites make, right? But the same flaws and stuff that the Hebrew Israelites make is the same errors that the Black Egypt proponents make also. Same thing. You dig? So
Exfil available if you need it.
Yeah. That's another thing I say all the time. They talk, they laugh and giggle at the Hebrew Israelites, right? The Egyptian guys, whatever. They laugh and giggle at the Hebrew Israelites, but they basically along the same lines.
yeah,
Along the
definitely.
same.
Definitely. So when that judge really put it down, like we need to understand that shit, man. We need to, you know, um, we don't need snake oil salesmen, right? In our community. Um,
We don't need
it,
somebody who don't take their responsibilities seriously like her. Where she didn't even take, pass the certification, you know, to to
right.
to do her position. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
he just talked about how that was how that was like her first strike against him. Oh yeah.
All right, so on this selling. All right. All right, what round you on?
21.
Oh, Haskell was trying to come up. Corey.
Oh, you ain't got no controls.
Uh-uh.
Oh, dang. Let me hook you up with some control. Oh, I forgot I got pause on this. I wasn't playing. Because usually you don't have pause or whatever. So let me do this for you. There you go. Hold on. There you go.
All right. Let's go, Haskell. Yeah, so I could take hands off of
Yeah.
Diop because everybody at the symposium basically already told the nigga he was wrong.
We're gonna take hands off Diop, y'all. Chef elected to take hands off Diop. Ain't nothing wrong with it, Chef.
Yeah, we're gonna take hands off Diop. But Reggie, you and Dr. Ben? No, sir. No, sir. Haskell, where you at?
Oh, really? Come on, man. They cheated. I ain't ever seen nothing like that. I didn't want to put the axe on because it's like almost like cheating. But they ain't letting me get off what I need to get off.
What level you on? What level you on?
22.
Damn.
I'm gonna go to 30. I'm gonna go to 30 and we're gonna end it. Or should I do a 50? Should I try a 50? Try around 50, man, for the end. Do around 50 to put this game to rest. Let's get this shotty all the way up there. You gonna do the farewell? You wanna do the farewell? Oh my God, I'm getting my ass whooped. You wanna get do the farewell to fight night?
Yeah, I can do it. I gotta pick a division.
It's a farewell. Might play. I play one match. I play one match just to get you fired up. I heard the trash you was talking, bro. I just died, man.
What?
Yeah, I was still trying to use my shotgun.
What you
No
should've switched-
excuses, Brad says. No excuses. I'm gonna say farewell to. Let's all watch me.
You gotta let Haskell in. For some reason, I don't see him.
I don't see Haskell up here. Haskell, you're not coming in, buddy. You know, on the one, they could just come in, and I don't even have to let them in. It's a profile. We got a profile where we gaming while we game. Remember, I had the bubbles. Everybody on the bubbles. That profile right there. When you gaming, you ain't got to let them in. They come in by themselves.
Hold on. Let me make sure he got the right link.
I put the link. I put the link in here. Let me put the link in here again. What's going on? Okay.
Cause he can't be in this bag because I don't see him.
The link is in the YouTube chat, brothers. Come on up. Haskell, if you didn't see the ass chewing by the judge though, I don't know if you're ready to come up here. You had to have witnessed that ass chewing.
I might have put the wrong link in there.
All right. Okay, we're gonna manage game. All right, y'all. It's bye-bye. Farewell. We're uninstalling Cold War Zombies for good. Say peace. Say peace. See, look at what's ready for you, Chef. You see what's ready for you, don't you?
No.
Oh, you don't see? Hold on. Let me see. You see that, don't you?
No, your shit frozen.
Ain't no
Oh,
way
hold on.
my
My
shit
bad.
was frozen. Ain't no way it was frozen. Let me move you out the way because you need to see this. This is what you need to see
Oh
right
yeah,
here.
yeah. Y'all see it. Y'all see it.
That's what you need to see right there. Look, watch what they tell me. You're too early. You ready? You too ready to whoop ass already. You know what I mean? You're too early. So we gonna step back a little bit. But I'm gonna do a quick fight real quick, Chef. Then I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna let you say farewell. You're gonna do the farewell. But I do want to whoop Hagler's ass again, but I ain't gonna do it. I see you've been fighting with Ali a lot. I think I'm gonna get somebody to whoop Ali's ass.
Damn. Make sure. Hey, y'all see how he did me, y'all? They tried to make sure he got it on the hardest setting. Like they tried to say that I didn't have it on the
Let me
hardest
make
setting.
sure I got it on. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's been a while, but I'm sure I game mode, man. Fighting my corner.
Yeah, my corner set.
Oh,
Look,
what?
you
I had
wasn't
it
even
on
on the
pro.
hard set.
Now I'm on there. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Corey about to get his ass beat. Muhammad Ali gonna beat your ass.
I'm even gonna put the rounds up.
Okay.
No save by the bell. Let me see. Save by
No
the
say
bell.
about it though.
None. Off. Ain't nobody getting saved by the bell.
Oh, you going to sleep.
Yeah.
Corey about to go to sleep, y'all.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna do a heavyweight. You gotta do a heavyweight for the last match.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fighting Ali. Oh, they got Foreman locked.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't I unlock Foreman? How didn't? That's wild shit. Oh, they got that Foreman, the fat one.
All right, now I see Haskell.
Klitschko. I forgot about the Klitschko brothers. I like
Hey,
Black
you gonna have to
Vitality.
add Haskell to the show.
All right.
I added him, but now you gonna have to, on that little box, your Zoom box on your eCam.
Yeah. Oh,
When the
okay.
person come in, then you gotta press add.
Really? Oh, okay. On that Zoom box. Yeah. Where's he at though? I don't see him
You
still.
understand?
No, I don't even see him in the Zoom.
Yeah, I can hear you. No, I can hear you on the Zoom, but the people can't hear you because Corey got to add you in the
This
Zoom box.
nigga. Okay. I need to add Haskell in the Zoom box. That's wild because I don't even see this nigga.
All
Let
right,
me
so
let me
you know how you
reclaim
go.
let me reclaim the host. Let's see if I can do it that way. I see I'm in the Zoom box. Like he ain't in the Zoom box, yeah.
Am I in there?
You in the Zoom box. I see you.
The hell? Maybe I shouldn't have been the one to add him.
Try to come back in again.
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. All right, when he come back in, you gonna have to add him, Corey.
All right. Come on back, Haskell. I'm waiting on you, brother. Cause I'm really wanting to whoop some ass here.
There you go.
Hold on. You only getting it. I ain't getting it, homie. Why am I not getting the notification that he's in here, bro? I got 2 participants. I can't see this guy. So,
What link is he using?
you got a Zoom up, Chef?
This is your Zoom. But I guess, so what I want you to do is I want you to copy. Hold on, let me tell Has.
I put you
All right.
clicked your Zoom. I put the Zoom in the link.
Yeah. So,
in the what you call
hey,
it.
Haskell. No. So what you got to do is go back. We're going to put another link in the chat and click that link. All right. All right, Corey, put your link in the chat. Go down to that little Zoom box.
I did.
And copy, you know what I mean? And put that one in.
I did. That's the 8322 link. When I go to the 8322, I put it in the YouTube chat. Evander Holyfield. Shakir, what up, brother? Sonny, listen, he was a bad boy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna whoop him up with the fat form. Okay. I got Haskell now. Here you go, Haskell. Hi, Haskell. You in here?
Now then, add
I'm
them
gonna add
in
him.
the little Zoom box.
Yo,
You.
you can hear me, Corey?
Yep, I hear you, brother.
All right, what they do?
Oh man.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I was listening. You know what I'm saying?
Skella.
I ain't think y'all did right by Diop though. You know what I'm
Say what?
saying? I don't think y'all did right by Diop though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because see, like with Dr. Ben, right? Y'all presented the evidence as to why y'all called him like a charlatan or whatever. And even the people that's pro Dr. Ben, they admit to it. Like for instance, the him falsifying like his educational qualifications to get that job or whatever at the school.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? I didn't hear Reggie or or ankh anybody say, yo, he didn't or that didn't happen. They just basically say, oh, it's that time and he had to do that. So in that case, you at least had something tangible to say, okay, he did this why he is charlatan. But in the case of Job, that don't apply because Job was a legit physicist. Job was a legit degreed anthropologist.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So to put him in a category with
Dr. Ben is
what's
doing too much.
doc- yeah, that's going to that's because to me it's almost like if you were like a street guy and you call somebody a rat, okay, the person might very well be, but you feel me? You
Gotta
can't just
prove it.
put,
Right.
yeah, and like you put that jacket on somebody and you don't have the paperwork, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I like reading it. But I think I'm honest. The reason why I went so hard on Diop is to put fire on the people that I was arguing against. You dig what I'm saying? Um, because I feel as though his position is wrong, and the fact that they keep using him, you know what I mean? Somehow you gotta discredit the source. You dig what I'm saying? Like if somebody keep using somebody as a source and then trying to act like that person is not saying what the person actually said, you dig what I'm saying? Or
Yeah,
to miscategorize Diop's arguments. That's what get me so fucked. You know what I mean? Haskell, don't
man, but you gonna
the
drive
brother.
yourself crazy because a person is never gonna they never gonna argue in an honest way. At least Job was honest. He came right up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
The person using them, they not doing that. They playing all kind of little word games, and so you might as well just leave them alone, like, cause they not gonna stop doing that, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I don't mind I don't mind what you're saying, Haskell, about Diop. I think that's fair. I think it's fair enough. You know, man.
Yeah, so for me, like I was saying, I think that the when arguing with people and they try to miscategorize Diop's statements or his position, right? To 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 be aligned with what they're saying, right? Diop was saying that they were black and they were Negroids. They was Negroes. This is what Diop was saying. The African shit, yeah, right? Of course, those black Negroes would have been African, right? So the African part is immaterial. All of the
Hmm.
scholars at the symposium agreed that they were African. You dig what I'm saying? So I,
Right,
I think that they were hugging too close to Diop, but not fully saying what Diop was saying. You dig what I'm saying? They was trying to modernize Diop a little bit too
right.
much, and you can't do that, in my opinion.
Nah, it's disingenuous,
It's disingenuous. There you go.
extremely. But to me, I don't get it because if you that lady that you was reading, I think she was from the symposium that basically was saying that Giop was basically fighting against like the 18th century dudes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And her basic position is I didn't even really hear her really disagree with Job. It seems more to me like a semantics thing and just even the usage of the word Negro and white. And she's
Mm-hmm.
basically saying like that's an antiquated notion, the notion of race. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So she kind of doing what the well other buddy that's driving you crazy. He playing the same kind of game because you feel me like we all right. Because the thing that I get from like modern day academia,
Mm-hmm.
and it's funny because I was reading Soy Keita paper and he was going through the same kind of cognitive dissonance you going through because they steady telling him like, oh, that's an antiquated notion and we don't go by that and humans are just humans. But then at every turn, he sees some racial shit. So
Right.
you feel me? So that shit will drive you crazy. Like, hold up, you saying race basically don't exist, but like you playing games.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if I was like the spokesman for Joe and I was trying to modernize what he'd say, I just play the game right along with him. So I just drop the Negro term or the black term, and I'd say that the ancient Egyptians were predominantly of the same genetic and phenotypic stock as the interior of Africa. You
Yeah,
feel me? So
yeah,
then I could say, hey, I don't believe in race either. See, now I can play the same game you playing. Cause I
right.
know because I know they playing like that woman knows what a Negro is. Like, cut
Exactly,
it out. Like,
exactly.
yeah, you trying to be so sophisticated and oh, we're beyond that, and no, we're not.
No, the fuck
It,
we not.
at all. Like, stop it.
Yeah, yeah. You know a black person when you see one. Get the fuck out of here.
Stop it. You feel me?
Yeah, you understand what's going on. Cut that shit out. Corey getting the brakes beat off of him. Jesus Christ.
He ain't damaged me.
Hey, you ain't looking good, homie.
He ain't damaged me even a little bit.
He gonna knock your ass out.
No, he ain't.
Corey going to sleep, yo.
And I don't know if video games meant for Corey, man.
That's cold.
Yeah, this look
Every
mental right here, Corey, the way he putting hands. You
He
don't
for
feel
missing.
every
the joystick moving
He
every time he bang you.
he missing. That's all. Them all, I blocked all of them.
Man, my joystick would have fell out my hand if I got hit.
See, he ain't hit none of them.
Okay.
You
Okay.
don't go in and battle Ali like that. I know he the greatest. All
You
all
don't
it
feel
took.
that?
Yeah, he hit me with that one. He hit me with that one.
Oh my God. Haskell, I take it you don't play video games. You look like you ain't played video games since Sega Genesis.
man, it's been a minute, boy.
Sega Genesis.
It's been a minute. I used to play. What's the name? Let me see. What's the last video game I played? Damn. Yeah, it's been a minute, man. Probably like Xbox, the OG Xbox, and
Damn.
PS. I think I played PS4. I think like on my homeboy system.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I used to play Fight Night on PS2.
Why
That
the
was about it. Fight Night. I used to 2004 Fight Night '04.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used
That's
to
back
whoop.
in the day.
That's way back, boy. I used to whoop people with Bird, boy.
Oh, yeah, that was my guy with the dreads. Um, uh, yeah, he was a small heavyweight though.
Yeah, he was little, but
Mhm.
I think they like cheated for him on the game because like
His hands was mean though. Bird had hands, and he was real elusive
that's what
as
I'm
a
saying.
heavyweight.
Like on that game, it's like they cheated for him because he had like middleweight speed and quickness and
He did though.
agility, but then his hands heavy as a heavyweight.
He definitely had middleweight speed and agility.
Yeah, so then it's like damn, you basically cheating, but then he'll knock your ass out.
Well, that's like Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson had middleweight speed. You feel me? And had heavy fucking hands. Man, he can
Yeah,
close the distance real quick, and his motherfucking hands move faster than that. You see his upper body.
Mhm.
Mike Tyson was, phew,
yeah, he
this
was
shit was crazy. Mike Tyson in his prime,
a animal.
too fucking fast. He was on you too fast. Like, yo,
He was
the
out of that corner and on you before you even realized it.
on you. You know what I mean? Slipping punches, moving in. You know what I mean? Like that shit was crazy. Ali had middleweight speed. That's
Yeah.
why he's so dangerous at heavyweight.
And he got
You know
reach.
what I mean?
That reach is nasty, boy. He got
Yeah, especially against oh, he doing you dirty. You actually win.
he missed every one of them. He missed every one of them. I'm just a little
Look at your
cut.
eye though.
I'm a little cut. That's all. Look at his stamina though.
Yeah, his stamina dropping.
He
His stamina.
he whiffing. He whiffing. Here we go. They always give him the first three
Hey, so
rounds.
what was Mike Tyson's best win?
Mike Tyson best win.
Man, I seen him hit this white boy. I- like he was like butter bean size, bro. I seen him hit that big white boy one time. That big white boy took a knee, and the fight was over. Like that.
I
That
say
was.
Razor Ruddock.
Razor Ruddock.
Mhm.
Why you had to pick a Jamaican? See, I see what you just did right there. Your ass ass slick, nigga. Nigga picked the one Jamaican and nigga knocked out.
Razor Ruddock was the shit.
Larry Holmes though, he beat he whooped the
Larry
shit out of.
Holmes has been retired for 5 years
Yeah.
and came back and fought Mike Tyson. That wasn't a good win. Can't give him credit for that shit. And man, I think in this prime, Larry Holmes would have beat Mike Tyson. I have no doubt of that.
He might have. Larry Holmes was a
Larry
mean boy.
Holmes was nasty with it.
Yeah.
Did he duck anybody?
Oh, Mike
Tyson?
Tyson? Hell no.
Like when
Nah,
he
he
was
was
in his
going.
prime, because I always hear people say he ain't never really beat nobody like that. Like he ain't got no. That's like the big criticism. He don't have a signature win against another top heavyweight.
No, he ain't never. Nobody ever said he ducked anybody. It just ain't a lineup for them to fight him. And then
Yeah.
most people didn't want to fight him in that before he went to jail, right? All of the people who became superstars when Mike Tyson went to jail in the heavyweight division, remember they became who they was after he, you dig what I'm saying, left the scene.
Mm.
And so, you know, they was around when Mike Tyson did his first run. They wasn't trying to jump in a fucking ring with Mike Tyson. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like that
So
wasn't
they
a
was
career move.
ducking him.
I ain't saying that they was ducking because I definitely believe Holyfield and Lennox Lewis was thugs. They would have fought any motherfucking body. But they wasn't jumping to fight him. You never heard nobody say that Mike Tyson ducked them. I think them niggas
Right.
was cautious and staying clear. Like if the fight present itself, then I do it. But ain't nobody running to fight fucking Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? Like whether they felt as though they could beat him or not, it wasn't something that you would really raise a Ruddock in them was though. You feel me? Um Razor Ruddock, he did it twice. He did it twice. Um and before Mike Tyson went to jail the first time, um Frank Bruno fought him the first time, you know what I mean, before he went to jail. Before we said he diminished a little bit, you feel me? So I think yeah, Frank Bruno fought him twice. He fought him once before he went to jail, and he fought him when he came home. You dig what I'm saying? Outcome was the same in both fights, but you feel me? You know. But they two top heavyweights that both fought him before the jail situation. Get him.
Was Riddick around at the time dang it.
Yeah,
When Mike
Riddick
was
was
like in
around.
his prime?
Yeah, Riddick was around.
Who else was around? Cause was Holyfield still at what was it,
Cruiser.
light heavyweight at that time, or
No, he had moved up to heavyweight.
so who was the top dude? So all right, so Lennox was around, Riddick was around, Holyfield was around. Who was like all the elite heavyweights that would have been like a prime time? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it was all of them, right? It was talks about it, but it never was. You dig? It never. Remember, Holyfield got his belt from Buster Douglas.
Right,
Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson. You feel me?
right.
So that's when those belts started to move around because Tyson was top dog. You feel me? He had everything. So, you know, When that castle started to fall, that's when everybody else started. We started to hear about all of them like that. You feel me? Because remember, that was back when Lennox Lewis had the high top fade. You feel me? So, and he didn't fight like he did in his later career. Lennox Lewis was actually a very good boxer. Like he was elusive. You dig what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He fought with his hands down early. Like nigga had some skills. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lennox was that deal. Lennox Lewis is probably one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, and he don't get credit for that.
Yeah,
Everybody that Lennox Lewis
he's super underrated for sure.
definitely underrated. Everybody that been in the ring with Lennox Lewis, he beat him. Like think about that. There's nobody that can say that they beat Lennox Lewis and that's just it. If you beat Lennox Lewis, he beat you in the fucking rematch. Everybody that fought Lennox Lewis lost to him. It's fucking nuts. You feel me? It's fucking nuts. Lennox Lewis was that deal.
Yeah, and he fought the all the big dudes too. He ain't cherry picked.
Ain't cherry picked nothing. Everybody caught them hands. You feel me? Everybody caught them hands from Lennox. Damn. Okay, Corey.
You just gotta slow Ali down a little bit. You can't go out there by. You know how slow Frazier is? Super slow.
You doing his thing.
He winning though.
Oh yeah, you gonna stop him though. I can look at his stamina and everything, and I can tell you gonna stop. He ain't gonna have no punching power or nothing in the next round. But he putting them hands on you. Something.
He ain't ever stopped punching. His speed ain't. He ain't losing no speed though. I mean, his stamina going down, but his speed is still like twice as Frazier's speed.
Oh yeah, you gonna be too powerful for him next round. You gonna knock him down with a flash knockdown next round. Watch. You gonna buzz this shit out of. Okay. Okay. All right, Haskell, who you think gonna win this election? Where you at with it?
Oh man, I ain't really been keeping up like that, man. I ain't gonna lie, like every time I see the news, it just be seeming real WWE-ish to me, man. Like this shit does seem wild, bro. Nigga getting clapped at. It's a whole dude on the roof. Niggas walking by the roof clearly see the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on, bro? Like, this shit don't even seem real, bro.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Like, dog, the man right there on the roof, bro, and people going up to the police like, hey, y'all don't see dude right there? They tell, oh, nah, he ain't. Don't worry about that, man.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
You know what I'm saying? And then another dude pull up to the golf course. I mean, like, and then now, you know, we arguing over who, you know, if this woman is black or not. And
yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like the world, I don't know. Like the world always been crazy, but it does seem crazier right now for some reason, bro.
It's definitely that.
Like I'm looking at them. Goddamn, Iran sent all the missiles, and it don't even seem like people even really worried about it. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
It's propaganda. The media in the West is so fucking crazy, man. Like, man, Iran can destroy Israel, man. If they let that shit go like that. You feel me? Like, it's crazy. Like, and they trying to act like it's just like the Russia and Ukraine, right? Our media is telling us Ukraine was winning. Man, them Ukrainian people suffering. It's nothing they
Right.
can do with no motherfucking Russia, man. It's
Yeah,
nothing they can do with Russia.
that's what I was wondering too, because like I'm looking at the sheer size of Russia and then all this technology, and I'm like, how is this war still going on? Like to me, it seemed like that was supposed to have been over like in a month.
Mhm. So they basically they don't want to destroy the Ukraine, right? Russia got way more troops, they got way more um tanks, they got everything. So it's basically we gonna stall y'all the fuck out, right? So they don't really want to go in and smash them because they feel like they all the same people. They don't want it to be super bloody. You feel me? So them people suffering though, man. And we acting like they winning and shit crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy though. And then this shit with the hurricane, and they talking about FEMA don't got no money, and I'm like, what?
That
Yeah,
body.
Like what is
You can't
FEMA.
take them body blows, boy. Frazier don't
So
play with
y'all
that
y'all
body.
got hit real heavy, didn't y'all, Haskell?
Nah, Florida ain't really get hit. Like probably like North Florida got some, but I think Central and South Florida ain't really get much.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, I thought you wasn't you don't have it?
How long ago did you do it, sir?
Oh my bad. It's the other one. My bad. Yeah, yeah. So I said North Carolina is messed up. North Florida got some, but they ain't really get toe up like that. Georgia, you know what I'm saying? It's mostly Georgia and North Carolina that really, really got it. But they saying they only got $750. I'm like, man,
That's crazy.
cause see now that shit got me nervous, dog, cause of where I live at. Like, what is some? You feel me?
$50.
And you ain't got no control over that shit, man. If that shit come right now, right? Blow the roof off my shit flooded out. You feel me? That insurance shit, that shit don't come right away. You know, they're not trying to pay like that, you know. So like,
My roof gone. And you talking about
yeah, like,
send me $750 and I'm staying in a fucking hotel.
bruh,
That whole
bruh,
179 a night on the low end. You feel me?
bruh. It's crazy, man. It's
Mm.
crazy.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like what Corey doing to Ali.
I want him to get up one more time.
I'm gonna punish Joe Frazier for this shit.
No, he ain't.
I'm
Get
gonna
up one
watch
more time.
how I punish Joe Frazier for. I'm gonna make him look crazy, y'all.
Who you fighting? A computer?
Yeah, we can't play this online no more. It's so old. They don't even allow you to. You know what I mean? It's
It's
not
out of
supposed.
service. It's out of
It's out
service.
of service. Oh, he about to go.
I don't want to
Corey,
do this.
knock
I
me
don't
down
want to
so
do this
bad.
to Ali. I'm gonna let him go another round. Ali is the greatest. I don't want to do that to him. He ain't even blocking no more. He just let me bash his head in.
They said Tampa got a category 4 hit it their way.
Yeah. I saw that, man. Like, bruh, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm just nervous as hell, bro. Cause we got till the end of October. I mean, excuse me.
That rib cage.
Her-
He can't take one more
Oh,
punch
got
to
to the
that
end of
rib.
that. It's gonna be you put my man down.
His rib is hurt. His rib is shattered, literally.
You know what I'm
Getting up.
saying? We got really the hurricane season, I think, actually goes into November.
He got back up.
Yeah, he did. He want that. He want that rib cage to be always shattered. He ain't satisfied. See, look.
Damn.
Try to hit his ass again. Shit, he looked like he getting up. Nope. All right. All right, we gonna chef gonna play it, but I'm retiring this. It was good. Let's see Joe Frazier though, y'all. Joe Frazier did whoop that ass though. But they gave all the rounds. Let's look at the rounds. They gave all the rounds. Okay, I won on the cards pretty much. In the end. They was giving him all the rounds at first though. I beat his ass and I won on the cards. So yeah.
All right, let me go get something to drink. Hold it down, and I'm gonna start show you how to whip ass.
That's the end of fight night, y'all. We're gonna officially uninstall fight night, y'all. Say farewell. Oh, y'all can't see the uninstall button. Oh no. Oh no, that's locked. Y'all ain't gonna see the uninstall button. Sorry. But it is being uninstalled. See? You are about to uninstall Fight Night. It's over with, y'all. It's over with. This, I can't wait till this come out. What up, though, Haskell? What up? Is Haskell out of there? Haskell out of there already. I thought Haskell was still in the building. But yeah, the judge didn't like, he didn't like the fact that she was selling that snake oil. He didn't like that fact at all. At all. What else can we play, y'all? Let's see. I done uninstalled. I'm getting rid of everything. Let's go to Game Pass. Let's see what's on the Game Pass. I rarely play games from this Game Pass. It's wild. I don't even know why. I just want the Game Pass just in case I might want to play a game. I don't be seeing nothing like, you know what I gotta get? I gotta get another system. What's the newest Crash Bandicoot? This is like the Super Mario Brothers of Xbox, right? What's the latest one? Crash. I'm gonna look that up as a matter of fact. Let's look up what the latest Crash Bandicoot is. All right. Is it that one? This is the, oh, this gotta be it. This has gotta be it. Because it's X and S enhanced. Oh, you gotta buy it. Oh, of course, of course. See, there's another reason too. Like Game Pass. Oh man. I wanted to do that. Let's go back. I wanted to at least see a preview of it. Yeah, the good ones. You You actually gotta see what the gameplay look like. The good ones you gotta pay for. I mean, so Game Pass ain't all that hot to me.
What you're collecting? Crystals, gems, masks.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be nice. I think we gonna get in some of this then too.
I guess that means I'll have to kill you.
We'll see if we can do this campaign. This will be the campaign. I ain't a campaign guy, but I do campaigns like this. The replayability is awesome in games like this. Like I said, it's like the Super Mario of the future, like the Super Mario Brothers of Xbox. I like Crash. I've always liked Crash. It's been a long time since I played any of them. I think I haven't played this since Xbox 360. So yeah. Yeah, we'll be doing those. We'll be doing those drugs there. Let's see. So Crash is on the agenda. Crazy part is I just bought a game today. Yeah, let's see what's else in here. Show off. We got Crash on the agenda. What we need is, we do need like a racing game. I'm not in the racing games at all, but I do want to get one of them steering wheels. I'm gonna get one of them. We're gonna get into some racing. I got UFC. UFC. What's the best race car game? Arrow, what up? What up? Oh yeah, I'm already locked and loaded for Undisputed Era. I'm already locked and loaded. Got it downloaded. Just waiting for it to come out for the release date. But I got Fight Night. We just retired that. What's the Forza 5? The Forza, and I did have that downloaded too. I did have it downloaded. Is this the newer one? Because I remember this one. I don't know if this is newer than that. It says Forza is the best race. You think so? Test drive. Test drive.
Dope.
Is that dope? Where is that at? That's on here?
I don't think it is. Test Drive was one of the first games where it was open world. It was in Hawaii. You could play. Everybody was on there, so you could be driving by and you could see one of your homeboys, or you know what I mean. It was crazy, man. That was dope. I don't know what happened to that game. I think that was 360 too.
It was back in 360.
Yeah,
They had the good
all the real cars.
They had some good ideas back on 360.
Yeah, they
They
did.
did. I remember Plant versus Zombies, right, back in the day. That was pretty good. They did some shit, on 360 that they ain't doing no more. I like this skate. That skate was all right. I actually got that on my iPad too. It's pretty cool. I'm just trying to see what else be on the list. What else I'm gonna put on the list. I got Crash Bandicoot. I'm gonna do the campaign. We're gonna try to beat Crash Bandicoot. We're gonna go through the whole story, and we're gonna do the campaign. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let's go back up to that. We'll download that.
All right, I'm ready whenever you are. You can switch to my screen. You got a full screen when you on there?
I'm gonna make you the full screen. Hold on. We're gonna make you most of the screen at least.
No. I mean,
Oh, okay.
no, spin me back down. Go to guest one.
I got you.
Yeah.
I want to go to this one. Guess one. Host plus one. Host plus. No, that ain't it. Why are you still on there like that? Shit. Hold on. I gotta get rid of that. Go here. Alright. Yeah, this one.
You don't have a guest solo in there?
No, cause
You see host solo and then guest solo.
yeah, I know. I know what you're saying, but okay. Oh, that's my screen share. Yeah, I this profile, right? I didn't do good. I didn't do right with this profile share.
What, you messed it up?
I did with this. This one isn't for anybody to join me. I forgot about that. The way I got it now, it's only for me to game. It's my game and shit only. I apologize.
I can send it to you again so you can have two versions in one. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hold on, I got you though.
And you just put it.
I got you though. No, that ain't gonna work. Here we go. I got you now, Chef. Chef and Ale. There you go, brother. You in the building. You officially in the building.
They can't see me.
I'm looking. Well, they can't see you. Hold on. Let me see. I can do it. First of all, let me change. I don't want your name to be Sheena.
No, I need mine full screen.
Oh, I can't do that, Chef. You can't even. How you do that?
Bro, what the fuck?
Look.
You said
I swear I don't know how to do that. Hold on, let me do this.
This guy tripping. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this.
I got it. Hold on, watch this. Watch this shit.
I got it. They see me now.
They seeing your screen. They seeing your screen the whole time.
Hold on. I thought I took control of the show.
I got press finish. Last time I did that, it came in. You came in for a minute, and then you went back out. I can't believe this.
So let me see. So when you go,
I know what I need to do. My bad. I got you. Watch this. Bam. Now you need to put. Nah, that ain't gonna work either. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Yeah, Chef, I don't know what to tell you, homie.
hold on, let me see. So what I need you to do
Is press finish.
No. What I need you to do is go down to the plus.
Okay.
Since you don't have no more guest solos or nothing.
Right.
Go down to the plus. Hit it.
I hit it.
You hit it. So you created a whole new scene, right?
Yeah, it's empty.
All right, it's empty. So now you go to add camera. You add a camera.
Okay, up at the top, right?
No, at the overlays, down at the
down
bottom
at the
of the
overlays. Okay. All right.
Yeah. You see the camera icon? Hit that and then click me.
All right, hold on.
That's the screen. Now make my screen. Take that border off and make my screen wider.
Hold on, that ain't your screen yet. That's your screen.
There we go.
Now, what do you want me to
click
do?
The little,
you want me to make that bigger?
Yeah, so you want to click the what's that?
The pencil.
The little pencil.
Yeah, take the borders off.
Yeah, take the borders off and do wide. What's the camera views? Go to custom.
Okay, hold on. Ain't no custom. Ain't no custom here.
What?
No, it ain't. I got your camera on, right?
On my camera, you hit the button, and then it's gonna have whatever my camera is. Shape. My bad. Go to shape.
Right. You want it wide? There you go. I got you.
Classic.
Okay, there
Wide.
you go. I got you. Look at your iPad. I got you on there. Can you see it? I got you. You can't even see me. I see you and your gang. So you got to be happy with that.
Stretch that out. Stretch that out.
I got you stretched out. You can't ask for it no better than that, Chef. Come on. Look at that. Bam. You own the show. That is Chefrin's show.
Ah, that look good. That look good.
You so crazy.
Now you got it. Now you can add your camera too. You can go down and add another camera.
Okay.
And then you add yourself.
Gotcha.
And see that? You just created a new scene.
Oh man, come on, Chef. You shouldn't even have had me do that, bro. All right, let's do this. Yeah. We good. I'm good. You don't need to see. I know how to add my own camera. I do it a different way than you do it. I don't quite do it.
Here we go, y'all.
So I'm going to turn that on. Do this. Bam.
Are you in control of the chat? See what the chat's saying? And watch me work.
No doubt. First, let me.
All right, you in control of all of the talking now, Corey.
Okay. Hold on, though. I gotta make mine smaller. so I can get in with you. Dinner ready? All right. Thank you, honey.
How's it going with the video thing?
Oh, it's going pretty good.
This
Chef
game
and
right
teacher.
here is cool.
You like Crash? That's what I'm getting. I just told him I'm getting Crash Bandicoot. You gonna play that with me?
Yeah, I'm
Okay. Yeah. Let me see if my okay. So the shit still come up. Beautiful. Only thing is, we don't hear your game, Chef. But I guess that's all
Y'all
right.
don't?
Nope.
Where the hell is what's the name at? Where the hell is Frazier at?
He was locked for a minute, and then they let me get him though. I don't know what happened.
What in the hell?
I wanted Foreman, but they got the fat Foreman, so I ain't want the fat Foreman. That was Frazier. Go back. Go back. You passed. One more. Right
Oh, there we go. All right, y'all.
So you gonna beat up on
whip
Frazier.
upon Frazier.
You gonna whoop my guy Frazier. That's cold blooded. Cold blooded.
All right, we ain't got time for all this. Let's go. Y'all know how I do. All right, Corey, you on the chat.
I'm on the chat.
Oh my God.
Oh mine. RD2.
Having me already.
Chef wanted to show his talent. You right. He want to show out. He said, "You play Tom Clancy?"
Yeah.
I'm looking at Danny. He's saying he played Tom Clancy Division 2.
Oh, I don't like the division. I like Ghost Recon.
What about Rainbow Six?
I used to like Rainbow Six. Yeah. I liked Rainbow Six Las Vegas Nights. That shit was dope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Tom Clancy. He was pretty dope. He like books and shit too.
Mm-hmm. Espionage and
yeah, I love them espionage books. We used to read them in elementary school. Spy books and shit. It was this one series, man. I forgot the name of it. Espionage series type shit. It was real
Y'all
cool.
see Frazier getting these hands put on him? Okay.
I gotta run up here and grab my dinner real quick.
Go ahead.
But yeah.
Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe.
Mr. Frazier.
Get up on. Y'all see it? Oh, he caught me with that jab. Let's go. It's gonna look so crazy when I knock this nigga out, y'all. Ooh, y'all see Ali dancing on him? Y'all see that? Good shot, Joe. Ooh, good shot, Joe. Come on, Joe. Lucky. Put them paws on them, y'all. Y'all see it. Yeah, you took a beating, Joe. You took a beating, Joe. God damn it, Joe. Here we go, y'all. Yeah, y'all. So I'm gonna take hands off of Diop, y'all. Unc, you won that on Diop. I'll give you Diop. I don't think he belong in no museum though. Fuck out of here. Probably a museum in Senegal some motherfucking way, but not no motherfucking New York. Y'all tripping. Okay, okay, Joe. Yeah, I give y'all Diop, but he still don't belong in no goddamn museum. That's too far.
Taking it too far.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you lucky. There we go.
You ain't so you don't elect to see both bars, the health bar and the stamina bar.
I don't need to see all that shit.
I hear you.
See that?
How
I
much
don't
you
need to
got?
see all
You know, he hit you with that.
that. It's over, bro.
He's
It is
fired on
over,
you.
Corey. Corey, the fight
Bro.
over.
Oh my God. You had already knocked him down, didn't you?
No, I
Damn.
just ended the nigga life. Second round. I
Wow.
don't play games.
Wow.
See all that punching and shit you gotta do. I ain't got to do all that. This is well placed precision. Good night, Joe Frazier.
I think you snuck it back down to easy again.
Y'all see that? Look, I make this shit look so easy. They are convinced that I'm playing it on easy.
He slipped it back down to easy on us again, y'all.
Yeah. That's how you know when you're too good at something. Because they like, man, I've been pressing all these buttons. It's not that difficult. This game is pretty simple, yo. Like, trust me. Pretty simple. You know what I mean? So that's what you got to look forward to come Tuesday. You know what I
Yeah, the
mean?
computer is different. It's different.
Yeah.
It's a
I
little
think
bit
the
different.
computer, but see, me watching you fight, the computer throw a wider range of punches than you, Corey. So I'm gonna tell you right now, you need to diversify your punches.
Mm-hmm.
They got to come from different angles, especially when you're fighting a guy like me. You got to make me think a little bit. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You just can't keep throwing hooks to the body. I'm gonna pick up on it. I'm gonna knock your ass out.
It seemed
So,
like it. It seemed like it. I like to take away that body. I like to take away that body.
no, I'm with you. I'm with
Mm-hmm.
you. I definitely do a lot of body work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I ain't mean to do that. I'm gonna throw in this tab. Oh, this what I want. I want to check this game out, y'all. Hold on. This is Sifu. Sifu. This supposed to be pretty dope. It's a
Mm-hmm.
fighting game, right? Where
Like Mortal Kombat type fighting
no,
or
it's
boxing.
like some Enter the Dragon type shit
Mm.
where you fighting gangs of motherfuckers, but they say the mechanics of it and the fighting is yes. Continue. Discipline. I never played it before.
So I heard your show last night. Was that last night you did the show, or was it the night before?
I don't know. I've been going live every night.
Yeah, you did a quick one. We talked about
Mm-hmm.
changing it up, adding some different channels and things like that. I
Yeah.
thought that was a good idea. Adding some diversity, right? You mentioned not putting all your eggs in one basket, so that's definitely something I would consider is adding a couple more channels,
Mm-hmm.
like where we could do specific things, so we get an audience for different. Everybody doesn't have to come here for the same thing, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We can diversify that. Hold on, I know.
All right. Heavy attacks is
Um,
Y. All right. Parry is LB. Light attack. YB. Oh shit. Y'all see this motherfucking.
mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. All right, moving. Get out my way.
She stepped up to the challenge. Oh, and slapped you. Man, don't let that girl slap you around like that, bro. What's
I can't counter.
up?
All right, this is some bullshit. Now I'm gonna start putting hands on y'all, bitch.
I like the mechanics, like they like
All right.
really whooping ass. Man. Damn.
Yeah, buddy.
He put
Yeah, buddy.
the Liu Kang on him, but with the hands instead of the feet.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Okay. LB left button. Go up these steps, y'all. We playing Sifu. Jump over this fence. Oh shit, he got a stick. And he want me to come in there with him so he can go upside my head with that stick, y'all. Y'all see this shit?
I'm barely breaking a sweat, homie. That's what he said.
Fuck it, let's go.
So, Chef, you gotta practice this one. They seen you getting slapped up by that girl. What up, Brass? Game like 6 years old. Red Dead 2. Yeah. He said Red Dead 2. I think it's the greatest video game.
I never finished Red Dead 2. I ended up turning the shit off. It's just
I never played it.
Got too boring.
I seen Noah J play it, and I wasn't. It didn't look like something I would play. I am gonna get a Steam Deck though.
Oh yeah, Steam Deck dope.
Because I do want to play some of those zombie maps that's made by the community.
Ooh.
You know, you gotta take a. Oh, I thought he was gonna take a sip. He went old school bar on me. Did you break the bottle? Did he break it already? I thought he broke it and had a jagged edge.
Let's do that.
Nah, he ain't whooping dude. He looked tough. Yeah. He gonna let his minions get you first. But you gotta watch out for him. Here he come. See? I told you. You might can whoop his minions' ass.
My party don't work right.
He jumped over that table on you. He owe your ass, bro. Dude with the brown belt. Look.
God damn.
Okay. Facts, Brass. That's what C Breezy say. Red Dead 2, crazy. I don't know, man. It says.
Yeah, Red Dead, I fucks with it, but I couldn't finish.
I'm not a Red Dead guy. I ain't a Red Dead guy at all.
Nigga, I robbed a train on there. You feel me? Nigga, they had Ku Klux Klan. Oh my God.
They had the
Ku Klux Klan. They had
a
huh? Yeah, they had the KKK on there. They did. Nigga, they had a lynching. They was lynching the black man. It's crazy.
Red Dead is rated R.
Yep. All right, I'm about to beat this chink ass. He looked like a bad motherfucker. Anytime you got a chink with his shape up, push back like that, he can fight his ass off.
No doubt. They always be calm and poised too.
There you go.
What's Bully? You played Bully?
Yeah.
I ain't played that.
God damn.
Okay. He know them pressure points. He hit you on one of them pressure points, bro. He ain't finna play with you. Well, right when you thought he was just gonna step to you, he stepped in and hit you. See? Mm.
God.
Mm.
Oh, this nigga. What? Get up.
Think about it. Think about it for a minute.
I'm running.
Yeah. I hit a corner too.
Even though he about knocked me fuck out.
Mm. But yeah, man. What's the latest word?
We definitely can add some more channels, but when we add them, we got to get the people to join them. So what's the first channel you think we should add?
I don't know, man. I heard you talk about your rap battle thing.
Oh yeah.
I think that'll be decent, for those who. Cause I'm not the guy. I'm not that guy, but I would like to hear y'all. I'd be interested in listening to that. But I don't know. I want to hear somebody rap. I want to hear some real battles.
Oh yeah. Listen.
I don't want to hear y'all talk about who y'all like the most, right? I actually want to hear a
the
battle.
motherfuckers right.
Right. Yeah. I want to do I told DQ I want to do a song with him though. We're gonna do a track together. Do something different, but I think that'll be decent though. I don't know. That we need to me, because you suggested it before we even start coming back to the carnivorous again. You like, well, let's do a different channel. I think we on the right track with. We just gotta have it 24/7. You know what I mean?
What you mean?
Like we gotta have this channel running all the time.
Bumping, right?
With
content.
with all of those things that you're talking about, and then people are gonna get familiar with the days that we do things. Like the Thursdays is the rap thing, Any other day is video game and then, current events. But we'll have our special day. Then we do our little bios. I like to I want to really do a real good production with the bios, man. One of these days I'm gonna figure out how to do a real good production. I know I got the tools now. I got the technology now. I just got to figure out how to use it. You know what
I
I
know
mean?
you getting good at this, Ecan. I'm just waiting for Brass and them to jump on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then all our stuff can look uniform.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. With all the profiles and shit, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm really waiting for. All right, I don't like this game. This shit too much. Brad said you don't need a new channel. You just need a diverse crowd to watch your different content. All right.
There we go.
The
Yeah.
other channels
That's a
could
good
be
point.
like reaction channels, login channels, eating channels, things like that.
I think you seen me eating. That was a shot at me. Was that a shot? It was probably a shot. It's all good.
All right, I'm done with my gaming. Go ahead. Hold it down, Corey. I
All
gotta
right.
run upstairs.
All right. Um, let me do mine again. How I do mine again? Let me see. There we go. Where was I at with that? Okay. I just want to know how to get back to that. All right. Let me look on the iPad to see what it looked like. No, that wasn't it. Oh, that's it. There you go. It's the new scene. As long as I know how to get back to it, y'all. I'm learning this. I'm learning this little by little. Hey, let me do this, man. I've been bumping my nigga. I've been really digging my nigga DQ. I listened to a couple other tracks, right? I'm reluctant to say, but man, I need actually. This is what I'll say. I need another verse. This was so cold, right? I actually need another verse out of you, DQ, for this. You can't get away with only one verse. Just give me one more verse. One more verse.
Let's get ready to rumble! For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission to fit in your soft ass. Rolling green and clubbing this golf class. Loaded lust couldn't say they lost ass. The conscious community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking they heat, they all last. Be conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble when be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all class. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all fast. Pull up a seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. Pull up a seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass.
Wow, I've been muted the whole time. My bad, y'all. I was saying, damn, absolutely. I put the link, Brass. I put the link. Let me see. Let me put it here. My bad, y'all. I was muted. But what I was saying though, DQ, I said, I bet you don't know. I bet DQ don't even know what the hardest line in that song was, right? In that verse. I said, the line where he say, on a mission offending your soft ass. That right there, that's some carnivorous podcast shit right there, bro. Let's say it one more time. Y'all gotta hear the part where he say, on a mission offending your soft ass, right? What? Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Let's get ready to rumble! For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission of fitting your soft ass.
I keep doing the same thing. That nigga say, on a mission of filling your soft ass. Tell me that wasn't hardcore. Tell me that wasn't hardcore. I heard that right. So I've been hearing it. Chef been playing it right. And you can it sounds good when Chef play it. You know, I've been like, yeah, you know, that's bumping this shit. That's bumping. You got the bass guitar. I like the do 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 do. That's catchy. That's catchy as hell, right? But it sounds different. Like, you know, I've been listening, and I ain't even like really for the most part, I don't even really have my surround sound on because, you know, echo and shit. So I'm always hearing it through these headphones, right? And these headphones sound good and everything. But yo, I had that knocking in the Jeep, bro. It sound way different in the Jeep. Oh, let me let Brass in, my bad. It sounds way different in the Jeep, bro. You gonna have to cut your YouTube off, Brass. Yo, that shit knocks. And then like he got the little Cali in there that I don't know if y'all know that little. I don't even know what that instrument is. It might be like a flute or something. I ain't sure. But it's that Cali, that California, that little whining noise. You know, I can't even do it. My voice so fucked up. But yeah, I just thought that line captured what we doing over here so well. One more. I'm gonna do it one more time because I don't think y'all heard that right when he say what we on the mission to do. This is what the Carnivorous Podcast be on the mission to do.
Let's get ready to rumble! For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission to fit in your soft ass. Rolling green and clubbing this golf class. Loaded lust couldn't say they lost ass. The conscious community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking they heat, they all last. Be conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble when be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all clash. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all fast. Pull up a seat, pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. Pull up a seat, pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast.
On a mission to fit in your soft ass. What up, Bryce? Tell me something good, brother. What's good with you?
What up, though?
Oh man, you know, just admiring some of my young brother DQ's artwork there. You know what I mean?
He knows how to embody an idea through lyrics.
Definitely.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him do that way too many times. It's like you begin to kind of take it for granted. You know what I mean? You just tell them a topic, give them about an hour or so. You can put something together. That's our we about to launch something in the coming weeks that's gonna be a little different and kind of embody his lane a little more. I was watching that AI show with Hits. Just keep everybody in their same lanes to diversify some of this content.
Right. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I've just been feeling it, man. Feeling is that my screen? Oh, that's Shepherd screen. Yeah, man. I really I think that line that was a pretty hardcore line. Hey, did you see the beginning of the show though, where I played the video of the judge and shit?
No, what happened? I was watching football today, Sunday. I was on my football today. I would be watching the Cowboys game, but it's on a rain delay or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got like a thing. You know, Pittsburgh can't afford no real stadium. So they still it's like a high school game. If it's lightning outside, the NFL can't do their production because they don't know how to buy a proper stadium. But it is what it is.
The Rust Belt is rusting.
Yeah,
some oil. They got to put some oil out there, some WD-40 in the Rust Belt.
Yeah, man, this is a damn shame. Again, Sunday night, people got to get up and go do whatever they got to do tomorrow. Now you're gonna be watching Steelers Cowgirls at 3:00 in the morning. You need to go on and cancel that thing and move on. But nah, what was the show about? I mean, what was the judge? What was
what he was doing was. Let me see if I can switch this scene pretty good here. I don't know. I ain't listening to Sheffer. He gonna have me fucking up shit here.
What'd you say?
I ain't listening. I try to listen to Sheffer. He gonna have me fucking up the whole scene and all that.
What's Sheffer?
He in the chat. Anyway, well, the judge was talking about basically accountability. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was talking about accountability.
Play it if you can. Is it copyright material?
No. Actually, I can play it. It was. Well, I'll give you some background. It's a city clerk. She got sentenced to 8 years for trying to subvert democracy. She was a part of the the whole Stop the Steal thing. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
let me do this. Yeah, she was a part of the whole Stop the Steal thing. And yeah, the judge didn't
Are you
appreciate
talking about
that.
the one tampering with them vote? Colorado? She got 9 years.
Yeah.
You
She
talking about
got
the one in Colorado that was messing with messing with the voting machines?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
Dominion.
I did.
Dominion. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Tina Peters.
Mm-hmm.
Nation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the.
So this is the part that I wanted to play. I think it was like at 11 something. Let's see.
Long. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again.
See, you hear that? She used her position and her authority to peddle snake oil. He called her a charlatan.
Yeah, you know when they
And
call you a charlatan, they dead serious.
And a snake oil peddler. You see what I'm saying? He literally called her a snake. And this is what I say. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you.
See, this is what I be telling this community brass, right? I tell them, if you go down to Wall Street and you go down to them white communities with anything other than pork bellies and orange juice, your ass is going to prison. You cannot go to a white community. You cannot go down to Wall Street selling snake oils because you'll find your ass. And I don't give a damn how white you is, how rich you is. Look how old this bitch is. 60-some years old. I don't give a damn if you 80 and on the way out dying. Them white folks do not tolerate snake oil peddlers in their community. And he gonna detail it. He gonna go on a rant that made me blush, Brass. His rant made me blush, right? See, but here in this conscious community and in New York, for some reason, right? If you peddling snake oil, you get a street named after you. You go down to them white folks community, you gonna take your ass to prison for 9 years. Listen to how he go in on this lady, Brass.
But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues when you were a clerk and recorder who weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Period. Indeed, just weeks before trial, you were apparently doing what I mentioned earlier, that is, over at the clerk and recorder's office where you're not supposed to be, violating the protection order by speaking to employees of that entity with your camera crew in tow. You have no qualms with violating the court's orders. because you're innocent, because you didn't do anything wrong. You were just doing your job. You have no problem trying to kick an officer. Your explanation about what happened is preposterous. It's on video. You have no problem lying to officers. It's happened multiple times. They're recorded conversations. It's just more lies. No objective person believes them.
See, like, it's wild because it's a whole conspiracy. You know, she got her camera crew going to the now. She already been ordered. This is another reason why he gave her an extra 6 months, right? Because she'd already been ordered not to contact any of your former employees. That's a form of intimidation, witness tampering, which the one that she's trying to subvert democracy for is well known for witness tampering. You know what I mean? But we ain't gonna go there yet, you know. But she's down there with her camera crew, all in the clerk's office, making a spectacle. And oh, look, I was just doing my job, and look, all of my colleagues still love me, and they think I was just doing my job, and all lies, all lie, excuses, making excuses. Now it's time to be held accountable. You see what I'm saying? This is where see, he said a key thing there. A government can't function when you got people that's a part of the government selling snake oil, being charlatans, pushing dis and misinformation. So let alone it now, if a government can't function, Brass, like that, how can the black community function here, where we sit up and we make excuses for snake oil salesmen? Well, he was fighting against white supremacy. That's why he needed to sell me snake oil. See what I'm saying? Wild shit to me, Brass. It's wild shit. He goes on, and you know, he continues on to pretty much get her. He bludgeons her.
Criminal histories, low LSI scores like you, Miss Peters, but where punishment isn't really on the table. It's about putting someone back in the community who's not a risk and giving them a chance to correct those things that brought them before me in the first place. Community corrections, which again isn't available, but nevertheless I'll mention, is another option that I could still order. It's much more stringent than probation, but it's not prison. And it's for folks who have even higher needs. Again, drug addicts, alcohol abusers, and the like. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us. Whether it be by the pen or the sword or the word of the mouth. Prison is where folks go, where punishment is what we're focused on, because the crime committed is so significant that anything less would unduly mitigate the seriousness of the same. I mentioned before there are no mental health concerns. There's no good reason why you're here, Ms. Peters, other than these are all the active decisions that you made that cost our county significantly, but also more importantly, cost you greatly, Mr. Wood, all the members of the county who worked.
This is what I was telling Sheffrin earlier, and he cleared it up. See, this is why I like this judge. This judge, if I was a judge, I'd be this kind of judge, the kind of judge he is, right? He'd tell her, look, ain't nothing wrong with you. This ain't a case, because you'll hear, Brass, you'll hear a lot of people say, well, this was just a bunch of crazy folks that went down to the Capitol. She's just some crazy lady that's trying to fuck over the election machines and smear Dominion's name and all of the rest. She's just a crazy lady. We can't talk about the whole Republican Party and this and that and the other because of one crazy lady. No. The judge said, look here, ain't nothing wrong with you. You ain't crazy. You ain't got no business even down here, first of all, because you know better. He looking at her, telling her, you know better than to be down here even in front of me. You ain't even got no business down here. This is why I ain't considering you being crazy or no shit like that. You got all the sense in the world. You knew exactly what you doing, what you did, and you know exactly what you doing, right? And you gonna take accountability for it. We're not writing this off as, you know, oh, just one crazy lady, one off crazy. No. You're an opportunist, and you saw an opportunity for you to gain something off of misinforming the public that trusted you in your clerk's position, right? They trusted you in your clerk's position. What you did was you saw an opportunity to misinform them for her benefits. It ain't nothing crazy about that. It's just fucked up and selfish is what it is. And he gonna let her know she gonna be held accountable. Ain't no, you're not getting off with probation and all the rest of it. Nah. That's for crackheads and homeless people and dope heads and all the rest. He said he clearly let her know that.
And trusted you when you asked them to do things that they did on your behalf. It's part of your lies. The expense, the toll is immeasurable. So putting you on probation when you have zero needs that would be met by probation is the very definition of unduly depreciating the significance of what it is that you've done here. The harm.
No, I'm not finna sit here. That's the definition of not doing what's supposed to be done in this court of law. Is putting your privileged ass, because you are probation and parole and all the rest of that shit, counseling, that's for people who got mental issues, right? Not for people who know better, like her ass do, right? Like Dr. Ben. Huh? Like Dr. Ben, no, you ain't gonna tell me Dr. Ben don't know better, right? And all the rest of these Hebrew Israelite niggas, General Yohana. You ain't gonna tell me General Yohana and Farrakhan and the rest of them. You ain't gonna tell me they don't know no better. These niggas know exactly what they doing, and they shouldn't, and they know they shouldn't be doing it. See, and this is see, in the black community, we are making an excuse for General Yohana. Well, Farrakhan, he did the Million Man March, and Farrakhan got Tracy off drugs. Tracy don't do drugs no more because she part of the NUI. No, Tracy don't do drugs no more because Tracy hit rock bottom. And Tracy found the strength in herself to get her ass up off that goddamn drugs. Now Tracy might attribute it to the NOI and the rest of it, but I know better. Because Tracy know better. Tracy ain't crazy. Just like this judge tell you, ain't no excuses. It ain't no excuses. You know better.
That you've caused our community and continue to cause. Community corrections is the same. So prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter.
Ain't no probation. Probation don't duly meet what needs to be done in this case here. Prison. Your ass need to go to he's sending y'all gotta understand this. She brought snake oil. She was peddling snake oil in the white community. She got caught. Now she's taking her ass to prison for 9 years. Probation ain't what it's not a duly electable thing here, right? Prison time is. See, they don't make excuses for snake oil salesmen in the white community. In the white community, they send their ass to prison. Listen up.
And therefore, the sentence and judgment of the court is as follows. As to counts 1 and 4, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years in the Department of Corrections. Those sentences will be concurrent to each other. As to count 2, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years consecutive to counts 1 and 4. As it relates to the misdemeanor charges, count 8 is 120 days in the Mesa County Detention Facility, concurrent to count 9 and 10, which will be 6 months in the Mesa County Detention Facility, consecutive to the prison sentence. The reason those sentences are consecutive is because those sentences are, as the prosecution stated, directly related to what it is that you did here in our community, the damage you caused this community, the breach of your oath to the electorate in Mesa County.
See, this is what I call accountability. This is what I call standing up for your community, right? Because the prosecutor asks for the 6 months or the year and a half rather in the Mesa County jail because of what she did in Mesa County. See, what they're letting her know is, I don't give a fuck what you do in somebody else's community, right? But when you come up in here, up in Mesa County, we don't fuck around with snake oil peddlers. And so, yeah, you gonna go and do your 6, 7, 8 years in prison, right? But you definitely gonna pay your debt to this society, and you gonna sit your ass down in the county jail for 1.5 years here in Mesa County for what you did to this county. See what I'm saying? I understand the prison, you're gonna get your prison sentence for doing all the rest of the counts, right? But specifically for the damage you've done to Mesa County, yeah, you're gonna sit your ass down in the county jail. And that's a lot. And ask anybody, they'll tell you the county, you got way more freedom in prison than you do in the county. You know what I'm saying? So she's gonna be sitting down there for what she did in Mesa County. So that's pretty much it. She tried to make excuses about her health and the rest of it, and you know what I mean. Yeah. She tried to make an excuse by. I want to watch this, but they gave me a strike the last time for watching this.
Until Derek Chauvin murdered that dude, George Floyd, people were not being held accountable. Cops were not being held accountable.
That's not true.
It's not a false statement.
It
it's
absolutely
happening.
is.
That's
You're
my
telling
point.
me there's the police officers before Derek Chauvin had no accountability?
Very little.
No.
Very little.
Wrong.
Very little
Wrong.
accountability.
Wrong. I'm Kevin Donaldson, a retired police officer from New Jersey, and today I'm surrounded by 20 criminals.
Yeah.
My first claim is that cops
that.
only use lethal force as a last resort.
I'm gonna watch that a little later. I'll watch that a little later. I'm not gonna watch it because they they gave me a strike the last time. So I'm gonna look at it and get some highlights, and then we'll watch some highlights of it, and then
and I'm gonna show you that fair use. Did you get that fair use I sent you?
I did get that. Actually,
if you play that on the screen while they're talking, it lessens the chances that it lessens it dramatically. You get the strike.
Okay.
So if you leave that as the overlay, I don't know how Ecamm necessarily works. So
yeah, I
can.
I
use
can
it that way.
Yeah, I can put that.
Yeah,
as
just save
overlay.
that as the screen of what people see while that's talking, and then still pause it every now and then.
Right.
So let me ask you a question, and I don't give a damn about. Part of the reason why I'm not online and I'm being a little bit more strategic with Tri-Media is because I don't like to really participate in the conscious community stuff. Because no matter what topic, we've had these conversations privately. No matter what you talk about, it all ends in we could be talking about anything. You talk about LeBron James versus Michael Jordan, somehow that'll become
a Black Egypt
a referendum on Black Egypt, or we'll be in the Sahara shortly. That's literally what I say to Hits and them. Like, don't worry, bro. No matter what topic we bring up, because they ask, people ask why I don't go live. We did roughly 200 shows quickly, so it's not a lack of wanting to go live. It's just when every topic for the goal that we're trying to accomplish, it's actually detrimental. You can actually harm yourself. People will tell you nah, just go live. Nah, after a while, if you don't set some strong lines, you will you'll actually hurt your channel, hurt your content. And then when you start marking, I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the conscious community, not the people that watch, but the people that have these channels, when they do try to branch out and go get sponsorships, or go deal with some real live people that you want to do business with, when they look at your content, it scares them off.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, a lot of the deals I was trying to make, a lot of the, I had made some pretty good partnerships, and in making them, and also learning from some mentors that had channels, it was the same thing over and over again. You can't, you're gonna have to kind of be very specific with your content, because you're going down a space, and the conscious community is kind of known amongst professionals on YouTube. And this is not a drag or a strike, but if you're gonna be if that's what you're gonna do, then do that. And then understand that it's gonna lead, you're gonna kind of cap your followers, you're gonna kind of cap your views, unless you go way out. And then I did my own research. I looked at it, the people that did make it, you got to be absolutely crazy, bro. You got to start worshiping crystals and all kind of weird stuff in order to get to the million views, the money, the this, that, and the other. But when you just speaking truth, or you just having debates about everyday stuff, it kind of caps you. You can only get X amount of viewers. Sponsors are dry completely, because nobody wants to have their channel associated, their product per se, associated with it. So that's why I kind of I want to take a step back to take 10 steps forward. So, but so now my question to you with this topic though is, and I know somehow I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but it is what it is. What about, how do you compare, or what is the connection between, you say, the conscious community and what that judge was saying to her? I mean, I know snake oil salesman is like you're saying, but she committed I remember this case. She broke laws on top of laws, went back and broke some more laws, and then went back and broke some more laws out there in Colorado. What is your connection between the conscious community and that case, as far as snake oil?
Well, so
in your view,
yeah. So it maybe not be such a connection. My point is showing that video is how other communities don't tolerate snake oil salesmen. And even before showing that video, I always say, you know, when anytime you go to the white neighborhood or down to Wall Street, if you take anything down to Wall Street besides pork bellies and orange juice, bro, they not having it. They don't want to hear a damn thing you say. As a matter of fact, they already threw their asses in the trash. All of the snake oil salesmen.
And they've seen you. They've seen you before. There's been previous iterations of you before. The guy who has the program that can beat Wall Street, that can get you the. Yeah, I get where you're going.
They done threw their asses in the trash back in the 40s.
Right.
They threw a group of them in the trash in the 20s. Then they got to the 40s and threw another group of them in the trash. And they haven't had snake oil salesmen. You'll get your Alex Joneses, but then look at him. What happened to Alex Jones selling snake oil to them white folks, to them white men? No, we're gonna take everything you fucking own, and you looking at prison time.
Then some. Yeah,
and your grandkids gonna owe money. He done fucked up his grandkids' life. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The legacy is done.
He's done.
Any revenue coming in,
He done fucked up everything. Fucking around, and the white folks fucking around selling them white folks snake oil. You're gonna end up reaping what you sow, right? Come on down to the black community, and they'll name a street after you.
Now, what is this name of street? Does somebody get a street named after him?
Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben in New York City, in Harlem. He has a street named after him. Sheikh Anta Diop is in the museum. He's in the, I believe, the Museum of Natural History in New York. Or no. Actually, he in Chicago, I believe, at the Oriental Institute. I believe so. So, yeah, it's just wild how, like I said, they hold their snake oil salesmen accountable. You're less than nothing as a charlatan. See, that's a Western. See, when that judge was calling her charlatan and snake oil peddler in the white community, that means you can't come back. When they tell you that you're a snake oil peddler in the white community, you are no longer allowed back, and none of your kind are allowed back in that community. That's a target. That's a stamp on your back that says, don't fuck with this person. This person ain't, they word ain't worth a shit. They ain't to be trusted. You know what I mean? And don't turn your back on them. Hide your kids and hide your wife. You know what I'm saying? This is what that judge is telling this is what he's telling. See, that's a public, when you're in court, see, this is the thing about court. Court is a public forum. When that judge is orating that, he's telling that's for the benefit and for the information of that community. That judge don't give a damn about TV. He didn't think he don't do that for TV. That was her camera crew. And then you had the Channel 7 in there because of her people, her marketing and all. And
she had somebody. They were unauthorized.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have been
there. Yeah. See, he wasn't doing that for TV, but he let his community know. That's who he was doing that for his community. And that's what I'm saying. We don't have that standard. We sit up and say, well, Dr. York did he did so much good for the blood. We make excuses for Dr. York.
Wait a minute, people say that though?
Yeah, it was a
About
lot
him
of a lot. It
specifically? I
was
mean, he's somebody who went to jail.
he's actually in prison, right? But we didn't put him. See, the black folks went down defending Dr. York. Oh, they just want to do something to a black man. When they see a black man doing something for itself and doing something for the community, they always want to attack the black man. This is what they said, Brass. Wu Jia. You know, have you ever met Wu Jia? Have you ever had a discussion with Wu Jia?
I've never had a conversation with him, but I became familiar with him because we interviewed Sean on our channel early
Wu
on our
Jia,
channel. Shouts peace to Sean.
he goes and defends it. He ain't even a lawyer. Some makeshift. He pulls up something. That's probably why Dr. York got life anyway, because he got some makeshift lawyer named Wu Jia. And that wasn't even his name back there. I forgot his name at the time. But they are a part of his defense team. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Polite and the likes, telling the victims that, yeah, this man is my hero, or whatever he said. It was my master teacher. I don't know what he crazy ass polite told the boy, the light skinned boy. I'm sure you've seen the video.
No. I did a show. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I did a show a long time ago. And on that show, you know, with me kind of being new to the community, one of the things that was before I aligned myself with it, I just kind of wanted to see some of the things going on, and I saw the level of sex crimes in particular in the community is wild compared to, like, you know, just the standard number, you know, in the world. You look at the leadership or whatever, and then you got somebody like a Dr. York. But I remember a video, and it was a good video, I thought so. It was specifically about that. Why does the conscious community, or these 8 channels, why do they turn a blind eye to these kinds of crimes? I guess you would kind of say snake oil salesman, because I mean, there was a video, and speaking on that brother, he was very popular up until he got locked up. I mean, he was. The
Up
community
until
wanted to
the
see
day,
him.
to the
Like the
last day.
views, you know, people were still trying to interview him. You know, I had heard it said that you know, if he's not guilty, then I'm gonna do the interview. It's gonna be the biggest interview and get all the views, this, that, and the other. So I kind of put the responsibility on the community, even though that brother had his own issues. You can give the fuel to those kinds of fires to watch. And I remember that at the interview you're talking about, and the man specifically said on tape, one of the things I never understood, this is on the subject, but it's a bit of a ramble, is I never understood how people get away with saying things like that in a public area, but then it get a pass in that area. People say wild stuff. I say wild stuff. You know, some of it's entertainment, some of it is for a point. But like that man literally said, if I knew that he had essentially violated 1,000 children, I'm just paraphrasing, I don't know the exact words. I have a video on it, that he still would be his teacher, and he'd still have to look past it. Now, I don't blame him for saying something crazy like that. Crazy people say crazy things. But the thing that I can't figure out, and I couldn't figure out, it's what lets me know, if you remember the conversation we had the other day, where I was like, I don't want to be a part of this community, because the community saw that video, heard him say that, and then there was still a fervor or a strong interest in seeing this man do debates and seeing this man talk about this and sell this. And, you know, he was like the A1 guy. After saying something like that, you know, in any other community, like you said with this lady, that's a career ender. in any other form of media.
Right.
If
And I
any
don't even
if
think
yeah.
I think that was even worse than what she did. Like, I mean, to spew rhetoric as if like this man didn't do the thing that he did, that type of misinformation, to to gaslight this young man who's clearly traumatized. Um, like I said, I don't know if you've seen that particular video where he talked to that young man, but the young man was clearly traumatized from the events that took place in his life, right? To say the things that he said to him was I would say was even worse than her. She just did things on a bigger scale. But
Right.
I think what Polite did was worse than what she did. This man had actually been raped by this man. Now you have a guy that's gaslighting you as if what happened to you didn't really happen to you. As
Right.
if you're listening to the white man tell you that this man raped you. You know what I mean? Like that's the context. That's the way he framed it, as if he was doing what the white man told him to do, or say what the white man told him to say. You know, that was the way he framed that, which is just sickening, man. Sickening.
Were you in the community at the time when
I was on the prayer when that video came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't. No, we didn't even have the pseudo killers at that point. I was
No, I mean
watching
just
it.
you watch. No, I don't mean them. I mean like were you when you saw it? Because like me seeing it 10 years, 15 years after, it had a visceral effect on me. But I'm interested to see the people that were in the community at the time. Why, I'd be very curious to see. That's why I
Yeah,
did
I
the
didn't.
show. I did a whole show on it.
I was watching like the Sonettas and things like that, right? I didn't have a voice on. I wasn't a part of any channel. I had never been online at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What made you make the switch over to being online and stuff like that? What made you make that switch?
Basically, going over on Garfield, and I saw how it was mostly kind of like an open forum, is how he started it. How it used to be years ago, it was kind of like an open forum. Garfield would barely even like be there, so he would just, I don't know if he was there, but like he wouldn't say much. He would just let us guests that would come on the panel from the audience, like he would let us have our back and forth. I thought that was pretty cool. So
Right.
I would do that from time to time. After a while, Unc would come on there. Well, Unc was always on there, but after a while, I would be on at the same time when Unc was on there, and for a lot of the shit we agreed on, and so that's kind of how I got started, from just going on Garfield's panel, doing back and forth with like Pastor Bennett and shit like that. You know what I mean? I miss Pastor Bennett. I miss discussions with Pastor Bennett.
The
Says
little bit
Corey
I've
was
seen of Pastor
cussing
Bennett, I
po
always
folk
thought he
out
was
at that.
impressive.
Go ahead.
The little bit I've seen of Pastor Bennett, the one thing I can say that I like about how he does his information, how he presents himself, defend in this particular community, defending what he has to defend. The fact that he's won so many of those conversations and won so many of those arguments shows he's pretty good at what he does. I've never really seen. I've seen a couple people get washed. Even people that they think are really good. I've seen them live get just beat up. I've never really seen them get beat up like that.
Right.
I've never seen that. never saw that before.
No,
Not saying it
I
didn't
don't think
happen. I'm just saying I didn't see it.
I don't think it has happened. I don't think nobody's beat Pastor Bennett up. He used to
Yeah, and
be.
he's defending the Bible, which is wild. That seems like that should be easy for someone to be able to kind of beat up, and I've never seen somebody do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, she committed a bunch of crimes, and like I've said a lot of times before, part of the reason why nothing really shocks me in this community anymore is, I don't know, you can just tell a lot of these people in real life are just not. And this is not a shot. People tend to think I take shots all the time. I'm not taking a shot. I'm just saying, you can just tell that a lot of people in this community, just in their real life, it must not be much. It just must not be much. It must not be as fulfilling. It must not be as rewarding. And their online identity seems like it must far surpass their real life identity. So you'll die on that hill. If you in a group, or if you might be John Jones in the real world. Nobody cares about you. You're like the first Joker movie. You just existing. But then online, you get to be another person, and that's what they'll die on that hill. They'll die on it because it's their identity. It's not just a thought. It's who they are. This is who they are. They're
It's a
not
fresh
whoever they
start.
are.
It's a fresh start. You know what I mean, in life. You might have came to a point where you ain't going no further in real life. So this gives you a fresh start where you can kind of gain some prestige, gain a following, gain a name for yourself, gain a caricature. I think a lot of these people's are caricatures. You know what I'm saying? And they're stuck in that realm because, like you said, this is what they got now. This is
and they're
their new
not giving
identity.
it up under no circumstances. No.
Yeah.
Whatever they lost in real life, they're not giving that up in online. No way. It's not gonna happen. This is just who you are. If you're a scientist in real life, no matter what you are, if in online you're considered a scientist, then that's who you are. If you're considered a great athlete, a great musician, a great whatever, whatever the ideology is, or whatever it is that you're pushing, if you're that online, then you're gonna hold on to that in real life. But these ain't popular conversations because then it ends up being something negative. And that's why I just don't participate. I know people people may want you to go online, they want you to do this, they want you to do that, but for me, it's too counterproductive. It's too counterproductive. And then when your real life is fly, you really don't need. I don't need the adoration especially adoration of people I don't know. That's one of the craziest things in this community that I've seen is the thirst for approval, or how upset someone will get. I've even been victim of that, and I had to check myself of really getting mad at somebody online, really getting upset with somebody online. Like, this is not real. You can't be too upset with people online because these are people that aren't going to move the needle in no way.
Hey, Patai, why don't you hit the link, bro? He says chef allowing the retard with prison education to take over the serve.
Chef is allowing the retard. Is that me or you?
I don't know.
See, that's what I mean. Like, even right there, I think he's in your Discord if that's the same person.
Yeah, yeah. He
How
in
do
the
you know that
Discord.
that says Patah? How do you know that that means Patah?
I don't know. I think it means
Or you know him
Ramesses.
outside of that?
I just say Ptah, but I think it really means Ramses. That means Ramses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't even know which one of us is the prison I never know, bro. Like I said, if you take it too serious, Fetty is a young brother I pay a lot of attention to. Because I like his thought process. If anything, Fetty, you should come up. I want to talk to you about a couple things. Because in every case, when Fetty talks about the conscious community, it resonates with me because he says things more along the lines of how it's it's not just the conscious community, it's an epidemic in just the African American community. The identity complexes, the different things. Like he just said while we were talking, that it's a case study on the conscious community is a case study in and of itself. And it's true. I think it is true.
Ramesses was talking about the server, not the channel. He talking about the server.
Oh, the server. Yeah, y'all server. Let me tell you something. Y'all have the most violent texters in the history of texting. I done seen civil conversations in there turn to I'm gonna kill everybody in your family. It gets wild. I kind of want to jump into some of those conversations, but I know I'm not ready for half the heat that they dishing out. Not even close. I'm nowhere near gangster enough to sit there and listen to those ad homs. It gets wild. It gets real wild. But see, like that kind of stuff is what I mean. Like when you see somebody that just can't check themselves, they're gonna say something crazy, but then like you hear about them or whatever story they present in real life, and you're like, if you're this online, it's very hard for me to believe that you're this in real life. We were dealing with a doctor. We was doing these hip hop shows. Not best content. I think it was actually our worst content, but it was the most watched. And one of the shows that we did was with a guy who called himself a doctor. Now, I don't know if he's a doctor. I don't even care if he shows me a diploma or anything like that, but his name was Dr. Such and Such. Mm-hmm. And the level of anger and hate that he would spew with no provocation whatsoever, it was like, I know when you're a doctor, you learn a certain level of decorum. That's part of it. I got people in my family that are doctors. And they'll even tell you part of your schooling is decorum, how to deal with the public, how to carry yourself. When you're a doctor of a school, you represent that school too. That's higher education. But the way he was talking online, I just couldn't. There was no way in the world you could tell me that you're this online, but you are a doctor in real life. It was impossible for me to believe. There was no way I was going to believe. And right. It is what it is.
Yeah, definitely.
What are you playing now?
This is Black Ops. Blackout. It's Blackout, part of Blackout. This is the battle royale of Black Ops.
Mm-hmm.
But this kind of got slept on. They didn't redo this. They turned everything into Warzone. So after this, it was Warzone. It was the name of the battle royale. But this was the first battle royale of Call of Duty.
So you really, really like Call of Duty. Like this is your thing.
Yeah, no doubt. This is my first online experience. I started playing online back in 2006. And Call of Duty was my first online game. that I really got into. I think what was I playing online first? I want to damn near say boxing was one of the first online games. What else was we playing? Basketball.
That's what that was mine. I was about to say. That
NBA
was mine.
Live. We was playing on NBA Live a lot. That's back.
Oh, you was playing live?
Yeah, this was way back when live. I don't even know if 2K was out yet. I don't know that we had a 2K. When was the first 2K?
Dreamcast.
That was Dreamcast. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 2K1.
Yeah, 2K1.
But just 2K, NBA 2K.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It was 2K and Dreamcast. I remember I did play Dreamcast. Dreamcast was, I liked Dreamcast before Xbox. And yeah. And
that's what I played. I played NFL 2K and NBA 2K on Dreamcast.
Yeah. Then
I didn't like Madden. I wasn't a fan.
I liked Madden. I was back then.
Not compared to me. I'm just saying for me, not compared to NFL
2K. You know what? I think I'm torn on that. I might agree with you on that. I think I might agree with you.
Yeah, NFL 2K was raw.
It was
I don't know. I don't know who. Yeah, they figured that out.
Yeah, they took a lot of they made it funner. It was funner.
Yes.
Than Madden was. Madden I think they got the idea that the funner it was, the more unrealistic it was. That's kind of where Madden had started to go. It's been so long since I played Madden. I don't know where the fuck they at now with it, but yeah. But then Dreamcast came along with the 2K, and then they kind of showed you that you can have it be realistic, but yet fun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, that was pretty good, pretty cool thing. But yeah, Xbox, when I got the first Xbox, the black and green one, very first Xbox, this was the first game that I really got. It was Call of Duty. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even Modern Warfare wasn't even out. I think it was Call of Duty 4 back then.
Yeah, you've been playing for a long time. You've been playing for a long time.
Yeah, it's going on 20 years. I remember my wife was in nursing school when that's the only reason why I got the internet at house. She was my girlfriend. Actually, it's wild. My wife was my girlfriend. And I had an apartment, and she needed to be able to do her homework and shit. So I got high-speed internet. I remember. Yep. That was the
first
shit.
time I was online was 2015. Like because I was so much into my career. Like I was really my blessing was having so many brothers and sisters. I was just locked in from an early age. So even if I gamed, I wasn't gonna spend a lot of time on it. It was gonna be like single player. That's why all my favorite games are single player. Like a person like me will always say stuff like Red Dead is the greatest game. Because it was like I could log in, I can go fishing, I could hunt, I could just, I didn't have to listen to people, this, that, and the other. And I remember my nephew on 2K15, we used to just play against each other on, remember back in the day, you could be sitting in the same room. You didn't have to, in order to play with someone, you had to be on the same room. And then 2K15, he was like, I was like, what is this My Park thing? And then I played that year, and then I just kept. That's the only thing I'll play if I play 2K. But other than that, I play solitary games like by myself, like Division or Red Dead or like Remnant. I play a lot like Starfield. I'm really into Starfield.
Yeah,
because I like the space. I don't know much about it.
My best friend who died, rest in peace. he was just like that. He always, ever since we was little kids, like he got into. He actually, he never got into the online thing. Like we would play
Yeah.
his favorite video games were the me versus him games, like the boxing, like
Yeah.
2K and shit like that. But like if he would play on his own, he would always be in the and I would be like, man, that's what you into them crazy ass games. He would play like Dragon Ball Z when we was real little, like he was like into Zelda and shit, like when back in Nintendo game days, you know what I mean? Like Zelda.
Hmm.
So I'm guessing, and you probably don't even know what the hell Zelda is, probably, but
No, I don't.
I'm guessing you would have been a Zelda guy. We talking about the first Nintendo NES. You know what I mean? Like the
Hmm.
very first 1980s. Yeah, you would have been a Zelda guy. You would have fell in love with Zelda. That was a single player
Hmm.
adventure game and shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. But yeah, man.
Yeah, that's always been my struggles though. It's like I don't mind like being online. It was just people just talk so crazy, bro.
That's what
They
got
just
me
talk
into it,
so
though.
crazy. I see that's what got me out of it by looking at
I,
listening to my brothers online, just Call of Duty lobbies.
yes,
The
that's
fact
what
that
got
they
me
had to
into it.
create laws. Yeah, they had to
See,
create
see,
laws
I'm talking in the beginning,
to
like
protect people in those.
so like okay, the first Xbox, right? You didn't really like a lot of people didn't actually have mics at first. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
you would get online, you would play 2K online, but you wouldn't be talking to nobody, right?
Right.
Once the 360 came out and the Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the first Modern Warfare, like them lobbies would be so raunchy. Like I I experienced real life. You know what I'm saying? To me, like I got the temperature. I was able to take the temperature of America at that point. And it's still the same. Like I look at it still the same as I looked at it back in 2006. You got about 25% of Americans who are just flat out straight up racist, bigots, prejudice, whatever you want to call them. You know what I'm saying? Because it's both ways. You know, you get black people that hate white people and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? But you get to be boisterous online, especially at back at this point where it wasn't much hacking going on. You didn't necessarily had to have you could change your names and shit like that. So like
Hmm.
it wasn't really necessary. Your email was kind of tied to it, but not necessarily back then. It was a lot looser. The rules was looser. You could get away with a lot more things. It wasn't so much reporting and shit like that. So
Hmm.
yeah, you would and the very first time I got cussed out by like an 8-year-old, I say, you know what, this is my shit right here. I said, this, and the crazy part is like it's late at night. It's like midnight, right? Midnight,
Hmm.
going on 1 in the morning, right? The Call of Duties is Friday night at about midnight, bro. Back then on 360, the Call of Duty lobbies is cracking. This is when everybody come out and come on, you know what I mean? And like
Hmm.
my girlfriend, well, she was my girlfriend at the time, who's my wife now. She would listen to these 8 and 10-year-olds cuss me the fuck out. And she would be listening to me arguing with these 8 and 10-year-olds, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it was so much fun though. Like I had a ball doing it, bro. I swear to God. And they be killing me and shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting killed. I'm getting owned by a damn 7-year-old. You know what I mean?
And they talking to you like it too.
Yeah, yeah,
They
no
letting you know
doubt.
they letting you they definitely not only that's what I always knew about uh Call of Duty. Like not only are you gonna lose, they're gonna talk to you too.
Yeah,
They're
no
gonna tell
doubt.
you how you lose.
No doubt, no doubt. So yeah, that's what I was addicted. At that point, it was no turning back for me. I was an online gamer since then. You know what I mean? And I still had the same fun. I I'm trying to do this different, but I don't really. To tell you the truth, Braz, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. This is not as fun. Like being playing while I'm streaming, it takes the fun out of it. Uh,
Yeah.
I like to just play with randoms. I don't even really necessarily have friends like that. I used to because the zombies it requires friends, you know. So once I start playing Black Ops 6, I'm gonna have to start getting my friends list back up to par or whatever
Mm-hmm.
because that actually requires friends. But everything else, like I like to just play with random people and see where I come. And like I said, the conversations go all over the place, and it's just fun. Like I said, the streaming, although this is something I do want to do, and I want to kind of make it funner. But this takes the fun out of it, man. I just like having fun with randoms online. Getting my kill on, getting my fix. I call it my fix. I get a fix for the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, one of the things I know, like I guess for me, I love talking about politics. I hate talking about it online. I love like the beauty of things that you love, you know, in the best case scenario, that it's that old statement, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And
Yeah.
I think that's a true statement. I think it's dope if you have that ability. But the challenge with it will always be, do you still love it when you have to? I'm sure these guys that stream and really, really bust their ass and work, pause, online, gaming is fun till you have to.
Yeah.
Once you have to do it, it's another animal, it's another beast. Um, with y'all, I like what y'all do, um, in regards to the gaming, but I would imagine like it's fun, but it's like, eh, you know, nothing is fun when you have to do it. That's what
Mm-hmm.
I've learned. When you have to, it's fun when you can kind of like get in, get out, pause. But when you have to do it, it becomes tedious.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think later, once me and Chef get to play together on the games, I think it'll be a lot funner. Some of the
Yeah, the
ideas
boxing
that
would
we
be
got.
fun.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh huh.
yeah. I got a few other games for us that's gonna be fun for us too. So I think I'm gonna get him involved in solving some of these Easter eggs. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get the community involved in the whole zombie story once that comes online. So I think that's gonna be fun. This is gonna be the first zombies, fresh, where I'm actually doing this online stream, and so I got a little something in store for it. So I think I'm gonna make it fun. Um, we're just trying to roll it out right now, get our visuals and audio and all of that, work out some of the kinks and bugs, get me caught up, get me computer savvy.
Right.
I'm not computer savvy as I should be. I remember it was a time I was more computer savvy than the average person was. I'm from the Macintosh days. When the first Macintosh that actually had an Ethernet cord outlet, right?
Hmm.
That's where I'm from. All the Apple computers before that Macintosh didn't have an Ethernet outlet to it. I'm from the era where the Macintosh had its first Ethernet outlet on the computer. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, 1996 or some shit like that. is the birth of the internet, of commercial internet. We had a fax machine at my house. My dad, he would have to. They would do these baking conventions, and they would have to correspond back and forth. He had a. It's wild because he had a cell phone, but he wasn't a drug dealer. You know what I mean? It's crazy. He had the suitcase. It was almost like a purse. He carried the cell phone like a purse, basically. You know what I mean?
With the phone that went over the top of it.
Yeah, right. And it was basically it was a car phone that you could carry. It's almost basically what it was. You know what I mean? If you ever been in a limousine with a phone in it back in the day, you probably would. I'm
I have
I'm a
no
little
idea.
I'm a little
I was about to
older
say,
than you.
I was about to say, I just hope you understand. I'm just nodding my head, pause,
right,
and agreeing, but I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it was before cell phones. It was car phones, right? You know, you had that's why the limousines had the big antenna on there. You know what I mean? The boomerang. They had the boomerang antenna, whatever, because they had a TV in there and they had a car phone. But anyway, we had a fax machine because, and we had to dial up. I didn't even realize. See, like as I growing up later, looking back on it, now I realize we had dial up internet. But at the time, I had no idea how the fax machine worked, whatever. But he had to have a fax machine because they would go to these baking conventions and he would correspond with his coworkers and shit in real time, you know, through the fax machine. It's wild shit, you know. To me, that was wild. That was, you know what I mean? Because then one of the it's wild because one of the white girls at school her parents had a fax machine, and somehow we found out. I don't know how we found out, but we found out each other had fax machine. We used to write each other little notes and shit. You know what I mean? That was my little, I don't know what you call it. But we used to
No, I
write
get what you're saying.
nasty notes back and forth to each other. You know what I'm saying?
That was your first little sexting conversation.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you call it. Yes, absolutely. You didn't even have to pass the notes. Remember, it was passing notes back. No, I can write it and then put it in the fax machine. Bam, and it's
and you
right
had
up.
No idea that anyone could see these fax messages, neither.
No, I didn't have. Like I said, I was clueless. It's coming through. Her dad walked past her because you know it make noise. First, it ring like a phone.
Fax machine's loud as hell.
Yeah, and then it rings like a phone. You know what I'm saying? So after you get the whole dial-up noise, right? Then it ring like a phone. Then you hear it printing off. You know what I'm saying? It's loud them up. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we not thinking. We wasn't thinking is what we wasn't doing. Let's just say that, Brass. Thinking is what we was not.
Yeah, your frontal lobe was not yet fully developed. You was thinking immoral thoughts, and you let them lead you.
Right.
You were being led by immorality.
Yeah, so that's the generation I come up in. You know what I mean? It's been some quite some time. The internet has it's come a long way. It's come a long way since then. I tell you what, Brass. I'm just gonna say I'm happy, and I think if it is a God out there, right? He made sure that I was born in a time where it was not FaceTime. right?
Oh yeah, you'd have been wild.
Bro,
My
I
my
wouldn't have
brothers my
knew how to
brothers say
act.
that all the time. Yeah, my brothers say that all the time. Like they was like, "There's no way," you know. They used to tell. They were sitting around having stories. You know, I got brothers that was born in the '60s, so they,
Okay.
you know, they talking about how, you know, they're falling asleep on the phone, you
Absolutely. Oh,
know,
I remember them
sneaking
times.
out the house and all of that kind of stuff. And I
Hold
used to
on,
be
hold
like,
on, Brian. I gotta cut you off right there because you just brought it. Bro, listen, if you don't know what it's like to fall asleep on the phone, now you ain't gotta at least be
yeah, I had
that
no
old.
idea.
You ain't that you it
No,
was
no, yeah,
already
no. But he would say it like, you know, he's falling asleep on a landline. You know,
yeah,
he's falling asleep
no,
on the
this is
on the
I'm not
house phone.
talking about a cell phone. No. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about a landline. That was all there was that was the only such thing it was. Brass was a
You know,
landline.
I was born in '86. We had a phone. I had a cell phone.
In
I had
86?
a cell phone. No, I said I was born in '86.
Oh, okay, yeah. But
So
so
I
by the
never,
time you
we
grew
didn't,
up,
yeah,
yeah. I
yeah.
hear you.
Landline was out of here.
Right. Damn, Brass, you missed a good time. See,
I'm pretty sure I did.
I come from the time where you had to sneak. See, it was you had to go to bed at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And when by the time, listen, I'm gonna go to high school. Listen, 10, 11 o'clock, at really 10 o'clock. You no more phone calls, right? Hey, phone stop, bro. I remember turning the ringer off on the phone, right? You gotta go upstairs, right? You gotta unplug that one upstairs, right? See, because he allowed me to have a phone downstairs, in the basement. But if motherfucker car's gonna wake him up, then he gonna cuss you the fuck out. You liable to get an ass whooping, anything, whatever. I ain't no telling. But so I would go upstairs, I would unplug that phone, right? You gotta go downstairs, you gotta cut the ringer off. But you gonna know when your girlfriend calling because the caller ID gonna blink. You don't even remember caller ID. That little caller
You was
ID.
James Bond with it. You was
Yeah. Oh,
James
I
Bond.
was Chef. I listen. Believe me, because I was a lover boy. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chef. I one thing about me, I had to have me something to talk to, right? But bro, listen. The caller ID flash, that's how you know she called, and you pick it up and be like, "What up?" And you down, and you up under the cover, and you talking under the cover so low, and because you don't want your daddy to hear you. But both of y'all get so sleepy, Brass. Like you on the phone till 3 in the morning, making love, right? And you fall asleep, and then both of y'all saying, "You sleepy?"
You
No,
hang.
no, I ain't sleepy. No, you hang up.
Mhm.
No, I don't want to hang up. You hang up. See,
Right.
Brass, you don't see. It's something y'all missing if y'all didn't do that. Tell him, Chef. Tell him, Chef, about it.
Yeah. That was right.
That was the time.
That was
That was the
that
real
was it.
time.
That was it right there. That was it. That was it. Right.
Yes,
Definitely. Hey
yes.
man, but I look. If y'all could listen back, y'all two have a good conversation. Y'all two got a good flow to y'all conversation. I was upstairs listening to it. So y'all probably really should do this a little bit more and aim the conversations a little bit because y'all definitely got a nice little flow that was easy to listen to.
Right,
You
right,
feel
right.
me?
Yeah. I
As
feel
y'all
that.
was moving all around, that was easy to listen to. Especially how y'all explained the case when you first showed them the case and everything. And then everything from after that, y'all had a nice little flow going.
Yeah, I could talk to Corey because Corey is sane. You know, it's gonna it's a you know the stories of Corey's insanity are greatly exaggerated. Like I could actually have a conversation. I swear I'm just I don't know I'm spoiled. I love good discourse, especially being my life being in politics. I love good discourse like you in the barbershops, Chef. You know, you in the barbershops, y'all have good discourse. I hate the discourse online. It's good. It's my Achilles heel. This is definitely my Achilles heel.
Like I can't even talk to this nigga.
Yeah, I can't even talk to him. Like, because the thing is, you know what's crazy, and this is where the arrogance come in. It's like I don't respect you. I don't because the thing is, I don't know anything about you. I don't know, especially in this particular community. I don't know if you're a scammer. I don't know. I don't know nothing. I don't know if you live underneath the bridge. People be thinking I be joking when I say some of these people live underneath bridges. I think it's dead serious on McDonald's Wi-Fi and all that. But let me trip you out about my first cell phone. My first cell phone that was outright mine was a sidekick.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first phone that like
I love the
you
sidekick.
know, yes, that was my and it's still to this day damn near my favorite.
Yeah, sidekick was dope.
I had a
Oh my
StarTAC.
god.
You ain't know about a StarTAC?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was hot. That was
No, I don't know. I mean, I probably just don't know it by name. But then I remember I had the chirp. I used to borrow my brother's Nextel chirp. I used to love that too.
That was the drug
That's
dealer
my
phone.
phone. It's
Yeah,
crazy
well.
because that's still my phone number. That's how long I had. I got the
Oh
same
yeah, on
phone number
T-Mobile.
from that.
On T-Mobile.
Yeah, it's
Mine is
on.
too.
Mine was
Yeah,
from
Nextel is
Nextel.
now T-Mobile.
Yeah, yeah.
But now it's T-Mobile.
It went to
Yeah.
Sprint first. Sprint bought it
Yeah,
first,
and then it became
and then it became
yeah.
T-Mobile. Yeah, but that's from 2000 because I got that Nextel in the year 2000, bro. That's still my same phone number. Crazy. It's wild shit, bro. I was just telling my cousin, one of my girl cousins that I grew up with. She was like, "I don't got your number no more." I'm like, "If you ever had my phone number ever in life, you still got my phone number." You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let me go refreshing my Pepsi. Y'all go ahead. I'll be right back.
Let's see, thugs. Why is brass CTO? I don't know what that means. Like you're so young. I was born in '86 too, and everything Corey is saying, I can't be late. We did not have cell phones like that until 2004. You had to have a plan. Yeah, I didn't. I got a sidekick in 2002. I was 16. Like I don't know. And that's the funny part. That's another thing about the college community. People really will get online and think you just going just they so used to everybody lying and just making stuff up that when you say something that's probably just it's also regional. Whoever that is, when
The
I was
normal shit.
yeah when I was in I was in Ohio, so it's not like we wasn't as where I lived. It was rural, so it wasn't like it wasn't a lot of people with cell phones even out there just didn't have service. T-Mobile is not a good state still for Ohio, but yeah, I remember my first phone though. A lot of times with me, I can because I'm the youngest of people ahead of me. That's the only reason I know, or I think I know, some of the things that like in the early 90s when I was 7, 8 years old. So it's like, I don't know those things, but you hang around your brothers and sisters, they're y'all age at that time. I was telling Corey, I got brothers and sisters that was born in the 60s. So, a lot of that stuff is fluent. Like I know I can remember those things because they was, in the house or coming back from the military, stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I mean, like in the conscious community, bro. That's why I don't everything is I remember the first time somebody was like, well, yeah, man, you went to why you always talking about the Buckeyes? I was like, because I'm from Ohio. And the next word, Chef, I kid you not, was prove it. I was like, what the fuck you want me to do? Like I don't even know how to prove that. And if I proved it, what would it mean to you? Would you feel better? Would it make your day? I don't know. I told you the other day, Chef. I don't know how you and Corey how y'all do it, how y'all deal with talk to these people. I have such a distaste for them. It's just wild to me. It's just wild.
Is the more we back away from it, I'm starting to see what you're saying the more, because I'm definitely I'm not in the loop as much as I used to be with the conscious community.
Mm-hmm.
So it's refreshing, right? I don't even watch everybody channel no more. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Like I don't even go to say I could see them live and not even have the want to even click on, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I don't even want to see what the fuck y'all talk. I don't, you know what I mean? Like
No.
so bland now. So that's why I'm trying to carve this lane out, because I can see I'm pretty much like it's almost like my man Psycho. Like Psycho tapped in when he wanted to, you know what I mean? And then he just on his show doing his own thing. Almost Garfield is doing it now and doing a good job at it. Like Garfield is only going live once a week now. You know what I mean?
Really?
He doing like recaps of whatever is going on in the world. He not even really doing the conscious community.
I think you after a while it's got to be a certain level of I don't know Garfield personally, but after a while it has to take its toll on you to just constantly talk to just strangers that are crazy. Like you just kind like you just to see it's got to take. We were I learned I didn't know these things before. When I tell you I had my head down, pause, focused on what I was doing until I really started getting on YouTube like that. You know, you learn about things like body budget and things like that, and you don't realize. You know, you like, man, I feel drained. I'm taking mentorship. That's why I said, Chef, like you just be patient because I'm literally we're in the right place. I'm doing mentorships with some really major channels and some really big um, YouTubers in a space that I want to be in, and you know, you got to pay for that kind of stuff, and I don't mind it. That's how real life works. You have a good mentor, you apprentice, and then you come out with your shit. You don't just come out just talking a whole bunch of shit. But um, one of the things that they said was when you find yourself, conversations are supposed to invigorate you and excite you for the next day. That's how you can stay in the game. But when you constantly having conversations that are just draining your energy and you're around people that are just bloodsuckers, they're just draining your energy constantly, it's actually not good for you. It kind of messes with your it changes your mental on how you see things. It messes with your perspective. So it's like, that's why I pick and choose my conversations. And then now I'm being very protective of what I actually talk about or even who I talk to. That's why a lot of times I'll come in here just because it's cool to listen sometimes, but I won't engage. And I feel a lot better. I feel a lot. That hip hop conversation, the who started hip hop and all of that, it had gotten really toxic. Real toxic. It got real toxic, bro. It got to the point like, and it wasn't the hip hop thing. I'm cool with having contentious conversation. That's cool. But when everything boils down to FBA or Latinos ain't never did nothing and all that kind of stuff, I'm not co-signing that shit. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So, like I said, I'll tell you, I don't know how y'all do it.
Love it. Well, again, I'm a barber, so I tone myself down a lot on here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy that if y'all could see me on full tilt, like it's crazy. Like I don't lose arguments in a barbershop. Like, so it's just on here, I'm way more laid back and reserved. I want everybody to get their point out. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Also, because I know that we're trying to create a show and everybody need to be heard. I hate a show when everybody is jumping over top of each other, trying to talk. So that's why most of the time you'll see me fall back. You dig what I'm saying? And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, damn, Chef, you got patience. You can listen to that. I don't be listening to these niggas, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I had to realize that. I've seen you do that a few times, just completely just be like zone the hell out. And it makes in the beginning on our show, Chef, I used to talk. I mean, you couldn't get me to shut up. I was talking so much. Towards the last, iteration of these shows about a month ago, I was logging on, but I wasn't saying anything. Because it was like at that point, it's like, yeah, I don't know if you go to work. Like, I don't know if you have a life insurance policy. I don't know if you vote. Like you're talking, like, for example, and I mean no disrespect, but having conversations, real conversations, real opinionated thoughts on America and this, that, and the other, with people that just hate the voting process. Like, or you can, or and don't participate. Like, I'm one of, I am American. I say you African American. I am an arrogant American. Like, if you not participating, just shut up. Like, I really don't be wanting to hear what people got to say when I'm a solution. I try my best to be a solutions oriented person. When you have issues and have something you're trying to solve, let's talk about the solution. Let's not keep talking about the challenge or the problem or this, that, and the other. Because you could make a problem, you could talk a problem into it being the worst thing in the history of the world. But no, barbershops, like you said, barbershops those are the first places in the community where, these guys are authorities. They know everybody business. They know how to change your whole life, and you're an artist. That's why you don't like that stuff. DQ taught me that. Artists in any field, they're very particular about things. Very particular. Like how you are about your audio and your visual and stuff like that. You're an artist in real life. It's like a bad haircut. A bad show is probably like a bad haircut too. This sounds like a bad haircut.
Everybody running to jump over the top of each other, swearing they got the best point that, and it's like, bro, I feel like everything I say is fire. So you think I don't be wanting to talk? You feel me?
Right.
Like, but I come from a show where I wasn't the main person. It was So I had to learn how to dial myself back. You feel me? Because I'm used to being the most dominant in the motherfucking room. You feel me? So like just think about it. I'm in the barbershop. I'm a lower guy. I, I got a lot of sway. So what I say goes, you dig what I'm saying? People listen to you dig in my arena, right? And then I'm a teacher. Now in the classroom and in school, and nigga is what I say go. So I got a lot of ego about what the fuck I got to say. In my world, my word means something. You feel me?
Exactly.
Like it got more weight than everybody else's usually, right? So to come into this arena and what you say, and I'm feeling as though like, yo, I know I make more sense than this nigga. And y'all agreeing with this nigga? Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, it's wild.
It was
a wake up call.
It was a wake up call. Like, oh, yo, you not the man over here. You feel me? You gonna have to work for that shit. You feel me? Like, and I'm used to working for my position. You dig what I'm saying? Or the edge out. Who the fuck I am. Definitely. I don't have no problem with that. But not doing it for so long, just your position and your authority, after a while, your reputation starts to precede you, right? So like anybody would come around, they could pretty much figure out, all right, this might be the dude we need to listen to. You dig what I'm saying? Because we learn that real quick. Like any establishment you go into, you looking for who the fuck is in charge. Like, we do it automatically. You dig what I'm saying? Because we know that's the motherfucker I need to be talking to. You feel
Right.
me? Like, this the motherfucker who know every, you know what I mean? So it's that situation. So coming over here, it was like, damn, yo, you not the man. I know I'm making more sense, but they don't trust me yet. You feel me? Like, nigga, who is you? It's almost like what Fetty is going through. It's almost like what Fetty is going through, right? A lot of good information, but they questioning everything he fucking saying. So he got to prove every time he open his mouth or type that he know what he's saying, because they not gonna give him nothing. That's just what it is, Fetty. You know what I mean? Because what you say challenges their position and who the fuck they believe they are in this conscious community. So they not gonna give you nothing, right? The crowd is gonna rock with the other side. You dig what I'm saying? Just because. Now, it's gonna be months later, people is gonna come back and say, damn, yo, I remember Fetty said that. Fetty was right. Fetty been right the whole fucking time.
Exactly.
You feel me? I'm sharp enough to know when a young motherfucker know what the fuck he talking about. You feel me? I'm sharp enough to know that a young motherfucker looked at something that my old ass ain't looked at yet. You feel me? Like, that's what young people do. That's what they do. So, nigga, if we still arguing about Diop and them, you know what I mean? Fetty and them way past that shit. They ain't got to go through Diop and them. They already know Diop and them bullshit. I had to read Diop. Unc had to read Diop. We had to go through all of that shit. These niggas got the internet. Unc still and them still pulling out books, paper books and shit. You feel me? These niggas can pull the fucking articles in the books right up on motherfucking the internet with a critique of them. So they know Fetty and them don't even gotta read 10 Dr. Ben books, right? Because they can just Google them shits, get the PDF, and before they even read the fucking PDF, they can look at the critiques of it and figure out whether it's worth fucking reading and all of the good points of it and where it's phony at. They get to do real fucking time. So that shit, their learning curve is cut down. You know what I mean? Damn near to 70%. Fetty and them can get to the information quicker than us. You feel me? They can vet that shit way quicker than us. So they be like, did you read this? Did you read that? The nigga ain't had to read all that. You feel me? The nigga ain't had to read all that. That's old school. Somebody done already read it for him and critiqued that motherfucker 10 times over. You know what I mean? That work has already been vetted up against academic sources. The whole fucking thing. So I like Hits a little bit older, but I like the fact that he's up on AI, up on technology, right? I watch every fucking show and I'm learning from that shit. You know what I mean? I'm getting quicker with getting to my motherfucking information. I'm getting quicker. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's dope. Now, I even y'all probably don't watch DQ. DQ go live in the Discord while he building shorts and commercials and everything. And you can sit right in there and watch him. I be in there with Joe just watching and not even saying nothing. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Just be right in there watching him build shorts and, you know what I mean? Use all that shit. Work on music, yo, he go live in the chat and don't nobody even be noticing it. And he sits right in there and do all his little shits. Dope as shit. You know what I mean? Astro said Fetty kills Unc in his comments.
Astro a funny dude. Like he's someone I never met, but like Astro, I've watched him in other conversations with other people. So you can kind of gauge his intelligence.
Yeah,
like, like modding shows. I learned so many of like because you think everybody is just a weirdo. But when you mod the shows and you get a temperament for people,
You get to
you know,
watch.
like like Astro and Zoo, and there's certain people that like, Rush, Ramon. There's certain people in chats I know just off their name, like, okay, they come with a certain level of information, and not just information, but just they know how to have discourse. Now they probably know how to get down and dirty because it's the content community, but in the same token, I could laugh and joke with people like Astro. I can't even talk to other people. I can't even. I try my best, bro. I try my best. But yeah, I like DQ. DQ has always been like that. DQ always been genuine. Um, um, and then for me, Chef, you know what I like? I like either you know a lot of stuff and you courteous, or you got some sense, or I like the people where I could tell that they trying to figure it out. That's the if I had to describe one thing about Logic that that I would say like his online traits would be. I've had private conversations with him, but his online persona um is that he really is, people think he's like trolling or they think he's like capping, but in actuality, he's really just on a journey trying to figure it out. Like, this is how I feel.
Yeah, he having
This is what I
genuine
think. Yeah, this is what I think is going on. But I'm trying to figure this out, so I can respect it.
Yeah, I fucks with Logic.
No doubt, no doubt. I think Smalls is the same way. Like he's trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? Smalls from the Discord, I like having conversations with him too, because he like very honest in his journey, kind of. You know what I mean?
Shit, I'm trying to figure it out. You
Yeah,
feel me?
no doubt, no doubt. We all are. We all are.
Yeah, but I mean, like with Logic don't care, but it's rare for a person that they don't care how they're perceived. They don't care to challenge authority. It's like, even if it's gonna lead to the heights of contention, I don't give a damn. I'm really on this journey. I'm really trying to figure something out. Like, all right, you don't like me, you hate me, whatever, cool. I'm trying to figure something out. One of my biggest flaws, we all have them. One of my biggest flaws is I've never worked for anybody. So I don't do well with authority in real life, and definitely not online. So when I hear, something and it don't chime and it don't work, I'm gonna say something every single time. And it's sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But like you or Corey, what I've learned to lean on online is my real life is so fly that no matter what happens online, I just lean on that. I lean on, like, I'm gonna wake up in a really big bed and a really big house. People be thinking I'd be joking, but I really take pride in that. Like Corey, like you are with your family, or how you are with your family, Chef. I take pride in how my family is in real life. Not so much. I don't really care too much how these conversations go. Because no matter what happens, I have to keep myself. It's a very arrogant, ignorant thing to say. Trust me, I already know. But I know that no matter how these conversations end, if they can end at 2:00 in the morning, I'm gonna walk upstairs in a big ass house and get in a big ass bed and go to sleep, and then wake up and do this whole whatever life is all over again. It's the only way I can rationalize talking to people. It's an arrogant thing, but it's what works for me. I don't know what works for everybody else. Some people is to get high, some people is to have a drink, some people it is to be an adulterer, whatever it is. But for me, I just lean on the fact my real life is fly as hell. And this online shit is just made up. Brass is my nickname in real life. So I can, that ain't even a stretch. Nothing about me on here really is a stretch.
Yeah, I use my name.
Yeah, I've always, you know, I've always like used my real name. You know what I mean? Concrete Corey is just somebody that I'm. That's the way a lot of people know me, right? That's not my nickname on the streets. My nickname comes from my drug dealing days, but as I changed in my life, you know, the Concrete Corey kind of came as a pejorative from my drug dealer friends. You know what I'm saying? So you know as they see me change my life, you know, they began to give me that nickname. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But yeah, I think it's important. I remember one time Brendan. I was in the Discord a while back, and I was getting a little frustrated. Brendan kind of saw me kind of coming unglued a bit in the Discord, and he hit me on the phone, and he was like, "You know what, bro?" He said, "This online shit ain't for everybody." He said, maybe you need to think about your presence online. Maybe you need to take a step back and think about how you present yourself and what type of presence you want online. Maybe you don't need to be so forthcoming about your life. You know what I'm saying? And I took that, and that was a very, very, very important thing, and I really appreciate Brendan for saying that to me, because I thought about it, and it was a point in time where I was kind of being a little more open about my private life, and like the way I truly, you know, feel about things. You know what I'm saying? And that's where Brendan was like, yo, that might not be such a good idea. You need to kind of keep things a little more private. That way, you know, shit'll be a little more smoother for you in this online. So I did. I took a little bit of a break, and then, you know, I've as I approach these shows and even doing my own live, I always keep that in the back of my mind with, you know, that conversation me and Brendan had. So shout out to Brendan out there, man, if you're out there in listening land, bro. Peace to you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Brendan, that's my guy right there.
Yeah, Brendan's a cool dude. He just went to a terrible college. So I always have my reservations about Brendan. You know, of all the schools in the Big Ten, you pick Penn State. He might be a cool dude, but his decision making is suspect.
Ain't that where Sandusky was at?
Yeah, it's a wild school.
And we were just talking about we just said the Rust Belt need to get some WD-40 through there, didn't we? So we bashing the Rust Belt today.
It's crazy because Brass is straight Rust Belt.
Right.
Yeah,
completely. The middle, the literal, the heart of it. That's why I like, I think when you say me and Corey can conversate, I think that's actually part of it. People from the Midwest, right. People from the Midwest, that's always like, you know, growing up in the Midwest is, you know, I would assume growing up in Cali, growing up in the East Coast is different, but Midwest specifically, you know, Indiana, Kentucky, Iowa, Chicago, Ohio, I ain't naming that other state, but you know, we come up a certain way, so you have some shared. Corey reminds me of one of my older brothers, specifically him. So it's like I know Corey don't gotta tell me from the Midwest. I can hear it, you know, even in in his actions, taking pride in your work, really like taking, being diligent in certain things. You have people from the East Coast, like Chef is more, it's a certain swag to it, but there's not they have a certain diligence to it, but they're gonna get it done fly. Like it's gonna be fly. It's gonna be cool, but it's gonna be fly. People from the Midwest is like, let's just get it done.
Get
and
it
do
done.
it right.
Work
Yeah, get it right. Yeah. Because we feed the rest of the country. Yeah.
Right. Efficient, motherfucker.
Yeah.
We literally say, get her done.
Is General Motors. Yeah, get it done.
Get her done.
We don't care about all that other stuff. Just get her done.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we don't care about that. But that's what Brass is actually, that nickname comes from when I was a kid, I was brash with an F or an H. That was my attitude. They call you roguish. I was called brash. You got a brash attitude. So as a kid, I was saying brass, and my cousins was calling me, of that age, it was calling me brass. So it just kept on from there. And I've always been that way. I'm gonna say what's on my mind, even if it's to the people around me. Like, I'm quick to be like, yeah, them guys over there is crazy. And then like somebody next to me be like, yeah, but like, all right, but you broke though. Like, you gotta fix your issue too. Like, you got some stuff, and I like to self-analyze too. And I self-analyze the people around me. So, but I know that doesn't work in this community. When you tell somebody in this community they good at something, they've been scammed so many times. They've been hoodwinked and bamboozled and snake oil so many times. You think that that's what they saying, when in actuality, nah, some people are just good at certain things. They're just in the wrong place. That's like, I have no hesitation. I'm not going to change that about me just because of a community. People need to know, or they'll be stuck. I heard you earlier talking, Chef, and you were saying about, that you want to have more conversations. And that's why I was telling you about the channel. You don't have to change your channel. You just have to add a diverse, and that's where we come in. And that's why this partnership is going to be so good, because my main job is not to create content for y'all. Y'all can do that. It's to just get you in places where other people hear this content also. And that's why that's why I'm being a little bit more diligent.
You see that banner going across the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Corey, Carnivorous Podcast, Tri-Media Broadcast, baby.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right. Y'all are, bro, when somebody is special, bro, it's rare. It's rare. And I've seen a lot of rare people get wasted.
I want to do a show with Cuban.
Cuban, what up?
No, you don't.
I guess I did. I think I could bring. I watch his shit and I be like, yo, I can bring it out of him. He's, I'm telling you, man, he's a gem.
He is.
For content.
He got some content it's some content we can squeeze out of him.
Yeah, he's disgruntled.
Thank you. Wait. He is the jewel in a pawn shop. He is the jewel that's been passed around. It's been left at auctions. It's been hidden in a box. It's been not. It ain't been cleaned. It ain't been. When I first met Cuban got all the information in the world. Bro, he done been. When I tell you, if you really sit down and talk to Cuban, he knows a little bit about everything in the conscious community, every group, every person. And this is first-hand knowledge, not gossip and all of that, But the thing about
been in vehicles with these guys, you know what I mean?
Exactly. But he's been burned so many times.
Because he been there.
That at this point, it's like, I don't believe you.
And he's exactly what y'all said. He's disgruntled, and that's why he's like, he reminds me of that bath towel, right? That you hung up, but it's still a little bit wet, and you can ring that motherfucker out, and you
But
can
it's
get
always gonna be a little wet.
you can get some water out of that motherfucker, right? I think if we ring Cuban, you just gotta ring him, and we can squeeze so much content out of Cuban. I think it'll be worth the effort, actually.
You know what's
I
controversial?
love having conversations with disgruntled people. But go ahead, bro.
He disgruntled.
No, you know. But with Cuban's thing is something I didn't realize. The first time I ever seen Cuban, I was doing research on Sonetta. Well, not really research, but like going back and trying to watch some of the older videos and stuff. And Cuban, it tripped me out because I met Cuban before I saw Cuban online. So like I saw Cuban in a conversation on Sonetta with I thought Cuban was just a smart guy. You know, he just knew a lot about this, that, and the third. But then I saw Cuban on Sonetta. He was on like a video with Minister Inky. And they was going one-on-one, like on the street, on some debate shit. So I'm like, oh, okay, this guy is like, you know, I'm sitting here telling him like, yeah, you know, you could do this, you could do that. He's already done all that. But the thing I'd love to actually hear from Cuban is probably the most controversial show that other people really would want to hear, but I want to hear it, is what is it like to be Latino in this community? Like, what is it like to be like an outsider, but have more information than the insiders? Like, but do you know off rip, they don't, you're not in the club per se, you know. You was in Zulu Nation, you was in this group, you was in this group, you was in that group. Like, you know all these people, you seen them come, seen them go. But like, I wonder if they always put like a bit of a shield up, because I don't know of anybody else that's really Latino in this community besides him.
Well, they let Cactus out. I don't think they put the shield up with Cactus out.
He got good protection though. He's a Hebrew Israelite.
But Cuban says there's an embargo on him. That might be the shield that's been put up. That might be the shield you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he got. I've done shows with Cuban. Cuban has a very, 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 very short fuse when it comes to conversation. Like, if you even feel like you trying to, you know, whatever it is, what it ain't. But people don't know this too. Cuban was in Jersey. He was in South Jersey, but Cuban was in Jersey for a very long time too.
I think you'll have that short fuse though, living out there, because I mean, everybody's scamming. You know what I mean? Like, can you survive in New York without scamming? Can you like literally, can you go and get a job? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just don't seem like it to me. It seemed like you gotta be scamming.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you got to, or else you ain't gonna make it.
You don't have to scam per se, but you gotta have a certain level of hustle with you, because people are constantly trying to scam you and hustle you. That's why it always makes me laugh when y'all say, well, not y'all, but when people say the Brooklyn magic, it's really the Harlem magic.
It is.
Brooklyn niggas is violent. They're just gonna take, you know, yeah, they're gonna take it from you, pause, you know. But a Harlem nigga is like, I remember when I went to Ghana. Yeah, when I went to Ghana, the one thing they don't tell you, I went to Accra, this big marketplace.
It's like New York, yeah.
Oh my God, bro. That's all it is. It's like somebody if you take one step, they selling you, trying to sell you this, they're trying to sell you this, they're trying to sell you this, they're trying to hustle you out of this. Let me show you this. Do you want to go on a tour? I don't like when you go on cruises and, you know, you do them excursions. I never do the trips that they advertise. I always get in a taxi and say, just take me around for an hour. And then just, you know, I want to see like the actual place. And, but they're just always trying to sell you something. They're always trying to hustle you. They're always trying to put you up on something that you don't know or something like that. So if you're not a hustler, you're a tourist. So you're just gonna get took. So you ain't got to scam. Put it like this: these people would not last a day in the Midwest. They'd be killed or locked up. Remember, it's similar to the conversation we just had, like we just had about the judge. You cannot go to the Midwest doing the things that happen in this conscious community. You just couldn't do it. You'd be alone. Like go try to sell a bean pie in like Vandalia or Carrollton, Ohio, right now.
God. Yeah.
Go try to stand on the corner in Trotwood as a Hebrew Israelite. You get locked up. The police will show up.
It's a Vandalia, Ohio. It's a Vandalia, Michigan too. Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah. So it's like they'd lock you up. You couldn't get away with that stuff out there. So you don't got to be a scammer, but you got to be a hustler. And to live in New York, the cost of living is so crazy. It's rare that you're going to be able to do one thing and live in. Most people don't live in New York City. Most people live in Jersey, or they live in the outskirts, Queens, Brooklyn, stuff like that, and they go to New York City. Most people don't live in New York City. It costs too much.
Mm-hmm.
There's studio apartments.
You wouldn't make it a day.
It costs $5,000.
Yeah, if you get found, like if my name gets to the point where I'm known as a scammer or some type of, I do bad, like even if you do bad business, like in the hood, in my hood, if you sell a junkie a dummy, your name is fucked up.
Yeah,
you may have to get out of the dope game now because nobody's fucking with you now. See, that's how it is in my city. You know what I'm saying? In my town, like your name, your word, your name is all you got here. You ain't got nothing else. You could have all the education. You could have all of the family. You could have a house full of guns. Whatever it is you think you need to have to make it, it ain't gonna get you nowhere here. It's all about your word and your name. You know what I mean? You get a bad name here, bro, you can hang it up. You gotta move. You gotta move to a new city. And I've seen it many times. I've seen it many times, bro. And I think it's like that. Even in the big city like Chicago, you fuck your name up there. If you fuck your name up in Chicago, you got to move. You're gonna end up dead, or you better move. Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago is a big city, but it still got a lot of Midwest values.
Mm-hmm.
New York City, you could just recreate yourself, move to another borough. Like in New York, a lot of times people just they bullshit catch up with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you end up getting over on one person, then another person, and then you end up, eventually. It takes a long time, pretty long time for your name to get probably destroyed in the city because it's just so much going on. In Ohio, there are people that still be like, they'll be like, they know what you did when you was 8, 9. That's the dude that dropped the touchdown when he was 9. He ain't worth a damn.
Bro, it's like that here. It's like that here.
They hold on to that.
Yes, absolutely, bro.
Make a mistake, they'll never let you forget it. That's the dude.
She dropped the baton at the state championship.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now you want to be the city council? Hell no. That's how they do you here, bro. Like, oh, you trying to be the city council and you dropped the baton at the state track meet? Hell no. You lost your goddamn mind.
When you was 12, they made you stand up in church and apologize for stealing out the damn. Now you want to be the mayor?
Right.
Also, where a motherfucker gonna know your ass.
Yes, definitely.
Get over on the motherfucker.
No.
They gonna know you.
It's a quarter million. I live in a city with a 250,000 people, bro. Everybody know you either they family member or they know your family member or they married to one of your family members, bro. That's how it is here.
Corey, but that's the next thing I was about to say. Forget what you did. Hey, ain't you what's the name, brother?
Yeah.
Hell no. Like they say you come from a long line of thieves. Ain't no
Hey,
way.
I got an uncle I don't say I'm kin to.
just so you can survive and thrive where you live. Trust me.
Hell yeah. They be
Yes, bro.
you McKinney? Hello, name McKinney. You Vince's nephew? I be like, no, that's different.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
Kenny's son.
no.
I ain't Vince's nephew. I'm just Kenny's son. That's his brother, ain't it?
Yeah,
Nah, we don't want to get into all them
name,
details.
Your family name. That's the Midwest. Your family name means something.
And absolutely,
trust and believe.
Absolutely.
Your family name, when your name ring bells in the town that you live in, because these are people that you know. One is a factory town. Dayton, Ohio was a factory town up until like the mid to late 90s. Yeah, Dayton, Ohio.
Oh,
that's where I was born.
In Dayton.
Well, it's crazy now, but you know, when you chef, it's funny because I listen to people when they I always say this and they say you keep blaming on it. You can mark the downfall of towns simply by when the factory in that town closed.
Absolutely. You ain't lying there. You
like
ain't lying.
Like General Motors. Dayton was a thriving, bustling
city,
family-oriented city. And when General Motors left, it died. It just died.
But
U.S. Steel.
Yeah.
Yo, Ohio got mad wild ass little cities, and you know what I mean. Dayton, Toledo, you know what I mean.
I love Toledo. I love Toledo, Ohio.
Yo, it's like what?
But you look at Ohio now.
I mean, you just Ohio is that Ohio. Yeah. Us here, we respect Ohio. Like, yeah.
It's a lot of violence out there.
Yeah, a lot of money moved through Ohio.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely.
Yeah, but see, a lot of the gangsters, a lot of the big names, gangster names, criminal names, whatever you want to call it, these are people that moved south to Ohio or moved south to Detroit. You know, that's being like all of these crime families you see, they started in the South and they moved to Ohio. They moved to Ohio, Detroit, Chicago, Indiana, all that kind of stuff. But what happened was you could tie it, like even Detroit, when General Motors left Ohio, when General Motors left Detroit, U.S. Steel, all these different places, when they left, people would go to high school and how my father would put it, they wouldn't even care how you did in school. They wouldn't care about your grades. You know, they cared that you did well, you was respectful, stuff like that. But when you graduated high school, it wasn't going to be college. It was going to be, you was going to work at the factory. And those guys was the ones that made all the money. They got the house loan, they got the cars, they got a new car every year. You know, in that factory, it was 7 generations of the Smiths and all this, that, and other. Their whole family was tied around it. And then when it left, it was just, you know, it was over with.
That's how it was when American Steel left Gary. Gary, Indiana, it was one of the most thriving cities in America, bro. In the United States, period, bro. U.S. Steel left. When U.S. Steel left there, bro, it tore that city down. It actually hurt the Midwest. When U.S. Steel left, it actually hurt the Midwest. It's crazy because my grandmother remarried. When she remarried, she married my step grandfather, who just passed away like 2 years ago. But he retired from U.S. Steel. Bro, his package, his retirement package, is decent for 2024.
Dang.
You see what I'm saying? His package takes he's passed away 2 years ago, but my grandmother is gonna reap the benefits of his pension package for the rest of her life. He did for his whole. He retired and benefited off of it for his entire life, but then for the rest of her life, right? So I'm saying, bro, that was how generational wealth was passed down. You know what I mean? And then when those factories close down, and it decimates cities. Look at Detroit. You know what I mean? You know, it just decimates cities. It's crazy though. But yeah, these cities be thriving cities, and then like it people will say, well, it's wild in Dayton, you know what I mean? But, that's not where Dayton comes from. Dayton comes from upstanding. All of them kids that's wilding out, their grandparents were upstanding citizens, top-notch, Class A Americans. You know what I'm saying? And it's just the unfortunate thing about what I always say. When you roll back them regulations, it allows them corporations to do what the fuck they want to do, right? Use all our tax dollars and our intellectual property, and then run it overseas and make all the profit off of it, But that's a whole different conversation.
One of the worst things that ever happened to these small towns like Gary, Dayton, Toledo, Cleveland, is these cop shows. The worst one of the my mom was on the board of where they were telling them, like, don't let those people come in here and film these whatever, because you get a stigma of what these places are, and it's not like that. These are old school Black families, been there forever. You know what I mean? But now you look at Dayton, just because of YouTube and this, that, and the other, and it is very violent, don't get me wrong, but that's just not, like Corey said, it's just not what it was. I distinctly remember Gary. We had a family reunion in Gary. Like, I mean, there are, but then it was the murder capital of the world. Or, the United States, rather. But, so it's not, you see these days.
No, it was murder capital of the world. If you're the murder capital of the United States, you're the murder capital of the world.
Yeah, we kill more people.
We kill more people than anybody, yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
More people
by
than
default, yeah.
In other countries. Right. They be having wars in other countries, and they be in Baltimore.
That's a weekend in my city. You know what I mean? Like the whole Afghanistan war was a weekend in South Bend. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
No, you're not capping. You're not capping at all. You're not capping at all. But but see, it also with that, it just shows, like, you see the laborers, or even what Corey was talking about with the regulations. I know it's another show, but you can set your clock by, companies like General Motors, and what happened to them. These are political issues. My father, that's how we got into politics. My father was always in on these conversations. He used to be in the negotiations at General Motors. He used to have those conversations and be sitting there. That's where he got his passion for discourse. Nothing is more exciting than a union meeting at a factory.
Oh man!
You think these shows on YouTube is crazy? Go to a union meeting.
Come to one of mine.
Go to a boat fitters, or whatever you want to call it. Sit there at those meetings and try to regulate those. That's those are
when you got to have a sergeant in arms. When you have to appoint sergeants in arms, then it gets pretty real in them union meetings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's all exciting. I remember I was doing some studying and stuff on Baltimore, y'all politics, y'all political. I know they did the TV show The Wire and all of that, But the amount of political corruption in Baltimore, it needs to be. I hope 100 years from now they talk about Baltimore like how they talked about Egypt and Nubia and stuff like that. Y'all political, just the story of the politics in Baltimore in the past 50, 60, 70, 80 years is just wild as hell. Oh my God. I remember
I think our last three mayors went to jail.
Yes. And police commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
It was, but it's like I remember I was Truth Historian. I think that's his name. He's in PK. He was he wanted me to work with.
Hey, shout out True Story, man. He's one of the best in the motherfucking community. Like I ain't lying, that motherfucker sharp as shit.
Yeah,
I give credit where credit is due.
You remind me of True Story and Brass. Yeah, you remind me.
Somebody else said that.
Yeah.
I was gonna work with him with a black mayor that was leaving out of Virginia, and he wanted to get hired. Well, he wanted to get elected as mayor.
Y'all do sound alike. That's crazy.
Yeah, that sounds just alike.
And then I was trying to tell him. He was asking me for advice. I was like, "Well, if you're trying to go into this and straight up, it's a wrap." And then two, Democrats run. When I tell you, Baltimore. You wouldn't believe the amount of, I've never seen so many Democrats elected officials just consistently, back to back. There's no way you're going to infiltrate that as a different group. And you're going to have to be a little grimy to win in Baltimore. You're going to have to be a little grimy.
Well, Baltimore is a historic city in the sense of struggle, like it's a lot of stand-up people. You actually, like, from the outside looking in, I've never visited Baltimore. I've only talked to people from Baltimore, but you have to be a pretty much stand-up person to live in Baltimore. All of the politics, all of the progression that came out of Baltimore, seemingly from my perspective, is ahead of its time. Baltimore is ahead of its time as far as like the thought process, I guess. I don't know. You guys got a decent education since Sheffrin started naming off all of these black named schools and elementary schools all the way to high schools to community centers, and you know what I mean? It's just, Baltimore is it's different. It's what Harlem should be to me. You know what I mean? Like, people, you think about Harlem in the way that Baltimore actually is. What do you think about that,
Black
Chef?
city.
Yeah.
Yeah, is a black city. Is, you have to just remember where Baltimore is situated at. During slavery, they didn't want black people in Pennsylvania, period, right? So Maryland was a slave state, but Baltimore, think about this, they didn't want black people in Pennsylvania at all, right? Slavery or nothing. They just didn't want them here. They didn't want the Negro problem, right? So and it had a big Germantown in Pennsylvania. But anywho, Maryland was Maryland was a slave city, was a slave state, right? Maryland, a slave state. Right there, right to the north of it is Pennsylvania. Didn't want black people there. But Baltimore had the biggest community of free blacks in the whole country. Inside of a slave state, right next to a state that didn't want black people there at all. And Baltimore, the main city in Maryland, had the largest community of free black people in it during slavery. So most of the people that even when people would escape slavery and come north, they would hide in Baltimore amongst the large black free community. You dig what I'm saying? So Baltimore became like ground zero for the Fugitive Slave Act, right? They was just snatching black people up off the streets, sending them back into slavery, turn up your papers, you know what I mean, claiming you never had papers, all of that, right? So Baltimore was ripe for that. I think that struggle came out of that. And then after slavery around the 1940s, we had some of the first, the 20s, 1900 or whatever. We had some of the first black schools. When the free education started to come about, Baltimore City actually did the the Baltimore City school system had allotted a certain amount of schools to the black people. So a lot of people from down south was actually coming to Baltimore because they could get their kids a good education. You dig what I'm saying? Here in Baltimore, and they could find work here because we had, we had the dock, which is now the port. You know what I mean? So it was a lot of stuff going on here, and then it became just a big black community here. So, and then we situated right between Charleston, Pennsylvania. We connected by 95. We connected to y'all through
and you got the harbor.
Yeah, then you got the harbor, then you got the Penn, the B&O railroad back in the 1900s that connected us to the Midwest. So it was a lot going on in here. You dig what I'm saying?
You got a lot of good literature too. I mean, y'all got one of my favorite authors is from Baltimore, Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's from Baltimore.
Ta-Nehisi is fire.
Yeah, his books.
Ta-Nehisi is blowing up right now and again. This is fourth one.
Yeah.
So
he go viral. He been going viral like at least once a year for the past like 5 years. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Between the World and Me is one of my favorite books. Ever. Y'all got one of my favorite drug books, because a lot of y'all have got like David Simon, the guy who wrote The Wire. I read a lot of his stuff. D. Watkins, because he writes for the Times in New York. I read the New York Times every Sunday, and he writes for the Times. So y'all got a lot of good stuff. And then too, Jersey. The funny thing about Jersey and Baltimore is like our relationship. Jersey and Baltimore has a deep relationship. It's funny, me and you go at it, but like y'all have club, we got club. Y'all have we get the blue crabs and stuff from y'all. We get the, a great day when I was younger was when my dad would take us all up to the harbor. I still remember.
I grew up in Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, see, so we have a deep connection. But Baltimore, to me, I can agree with you saying specifically about the Harlem thing, because Baltimore should be the hub. It should be a hub because there's so much deep culture there, so much deep pride, similar to Harlem. Harlem is just one of them. Harlem is very overrated. That's one. Two, for what it's famous for, they don't really realize it's it's really gentrificated. Like they didn't really, like when Clinton moved there, it's just a lot of, like if I describe to you really what Harlem was, it's really just Manhattan, but they just call it Harlem. Like, they start at a block and just start calling it Harlem and then go right back to, Lower East Side, stuff like that. So, but
the neighborhood within
Manhattan. How Clinton moved there, and then you still got all of that stuff from the 60s and 70s.
In Harlem, right?
Yeah, but he's on the exact outskirts, and you can't get to it. Like it's like he's a brilliant when it comes to public relations. But
wow.
Yeah, I agree. Baltimore should be that, but then like you said, that the crack era. That's why I like David Simon, because he keeps it 100. These are great families. I can relate to Baltimore. Like these are families that's been there for decades. You know, these are people that go to church. These is tax-paying people. These are people that get up and go to work. But the crack era really, really, really hurt Baltimore bad. Like really bad. I don't know if it's a section of Baltimore, but reading before I watched The Corner, I read about it. Before I watched The Wire, I read about it. So you see where it was just an epidemic. That's why it was funny when Pan African James was having that conversation the other day about the crack era, when he was kind of call us crack babies. Like, all right, we might be babies, but like, if you was born in '69, that means you was 12 when the crack era hit. Now, I wasn't even born yet, but you was 12 in the '80s. That means you was a drug dealer, you know, in the '80s. So that means
in the '80s, it's more likely you was doing the drugs. Drug dealing wasn't that common. No, I'm saying like drug dealing was not that common. You had to be more popular. See, nowadays it's different.
Anybody can sell.
Can sell drugs nowadays. But even when I came up in the mid '90s, you had to have connection. You had to be connected through your family, and not only that, within that family, you had to be one of the more charismatic family members. You had to be someone who could get around, someone who was well known. You know what I mean? Nowadays, anybody can sell drugs, but it's in the '80s. Like it wasn't likely that it was likely you weren't dealing drugs, you were doing drugs. It was more likely that you were doing the drugs rather than dealing drugs back in the 80s.
Drug dealers was a smaller knit organization than it was. You know, it didn't sprout out of control by the time the '90s hit. Like I can remember. I remember, and I'm a couple years older than all y'all. So who just joined the panel?
Cuban.
Malik. Oh, that's Cuban. Oh, he would know. Yeah, he same age as me. So I remember when we had drug houses, right? When I was very young, I remember the drug houses, right? Didn't know what they was until I got a little bit older, right? But I remember wanting to stay, you know, spend the night over my homeboy in them house. And my mother and them know you can't stay up there. What? Why I can't stay over Pop and Gary house? They used to always say that. No, you ain't staying over there. Didn't know Pop and Gary house was the drug house. His uncle and them sold drugs out of the house, right? And we wasn't allowed to spend the night up there, but their house was always fun because it was money. They was buying stuff all the time, boom, 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 taking us go-kart ride and all of that. But they were the drug dealer, right? Now this was the 80s. Then by the time the 90s hit, those drug dealers, they moved out the houses and they went to the corners, right? And they went to the corners because them houses them doors was getting kicked in. You dig what I'm saying? They stood a better chance out on the street. You dig what I'm saying? Than getting trapped in the motherfucking house. But then they needed younger people to run the drugs for them. So then they start getting the younger dudes who could move around a little bit quicker, make the sales, run from the police, pick the stash up. So then you seen a lot of people a couple years older than me start becoming the drug dealers on the corners for those guys that originally had the drug houses, right? And then it just spiraled out of control from there. And here we got an open air drug market, meaning everybody is outside selling drugs in the middle of the street. You dig what I'm saying? Like people walk down the street screaming what they got. Like most people come here, they be like, bro, I never seen this before. Like you walk down the street, blue tops, red tops, 20s, you know what I mean? Got that girl, I got that boy, you know what I mean? Walking down the street, you can literally just be, and people make sales, pull up in cars, and you be like, yo, the police can see y'all. Like, the police really gotta get to a point where it's like, okay, I'ma lock your dumb ass up now. You feel me? Like, these niggas actually make the police say, I'm sick of seeing you. Everybody know what you're doing. And I'm just disgusted by this at this point. So that's the only reason I'm locking you up. Because we know what all y'all doing out here. You dig what I'm saying? Like, y'all ain't hiding nothing, but you, motherfucker, you just been walking up the street screaming this shit all day. I'ma lock your dumb ass up. You feel me? So it's crazy.
And that's the truth too. It went a little different in my city. They went from selling out of the house, sneaking, selling out of their mama's house, right? The older cats, right? To them getting their own cribs selling, you know what I mean? But then it got to the point where them doors, like you said, them doors got to getting kicked. So they got out on the corner. But the corner didn't last too, in a city like mine, right? Once my grandmama and them go to complaining, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, them niggas out there acting a fool out, you know what I'm saying? That's when the cell phones kicked in, right? So now everybody in vehicles and moving around and busting serves off the cell phone, you know what I mean? That's kind of where it went by the time it got to me. I got a little bit of that block shit in. But by the time it got to me, that block shit was getting a little bit worn out. You know what I'm saying? So I only got a couple years of that block shit. But yeah, they was getting tired of that. And by the time it was my age group coming out, back when I was like 16 years old, 16? What year would that have been? Shit.
2000?
No, I'd have been 8. I was 18 then. Yeah, so it would have been like 98, 98ish. That was when, yeah, it was over with for the block. It was beginning to be over with. By the time 2000 hit, if you was still on the block, you was a broke nigga. If you didn't have, that's why I got the same phone number I had back then. Because if you wasn't getting on the phones by then, at least, you had to have at least a two-way. That's when the two-way pagers was out. You know what I mean? And that didn't go nowhere quick because how many people was going to have that kind of technology? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, so the cell phones, the Nextels jumped it off, and it's pretty much still that now. Like that same pattern, niggas ride in them same circles. They doing the same circle that I did. You know what I'm saying? Up and down Linden, up and down Elmer Street, up and down Lincoln Way, and then you go to the other side of town. You go up and down Michigan Street. You go up and down Fellows. St. Joe, all that area. You know what I mean? Then you come over here on the west side, you know what I'm saying? You hit through Little Mexico, and you know what I'm saying? It's just a circle. You know what I'm saying? And the wild part is, right, I could go outside right now and go to the hood. And the niggas that I grew up with. Now, I'm 43 now. The niggas I grew up with, it was older than me. I was always like one of the younger niggas, you know what I'm saying? As my cousins is older. My cousins is like my dad's age, you know what I'm saying? So I was always like around those groups, you know what I mean? And so my peers is a little older too. But them same niggas, I'm 43, them niggas is 53. They still hitting them corners, bro. Still now, seemingly, I don't know how the game is now, but it seemed like they getting a lot more money than what like the game didn't change. They getting, tens of thousands at this point. They riding BMWs. They got nice houses now. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the crazy part is they still turning them same corners, bro. Still turning them same corners. Still fucking with them same bitches. Still like outside that same house. Like I could pull up, like literally, if I want to, I don't even hardly fuck with none of my homies, bro. But if I need to ride down on one of them, if I need to find out where they at, I can just go find them. I don't have to call them. I don't have to call them. I can get in my truck and drive right to where they at. I can check 2 or 3 spots, and they gonna be at one of them 2 or 3 spots. You know what I mean? It's just wild, man. It's a wild thing.
All right, y'all. I'm about to turn it in, man. This was a great convo. Cuban, we're going to have to do something. Stop playing. Brad,
Cuban, you ain't even get to say nothing, bro. I'm going to let you get the last word, bro.
No.
Peace out, Sheffrin. Peace to you. Peace, Brass.